It survives, family. It survives, family. It survives. I'm on stream. What's that? StreamYard. Can't pull up the music on StreamYard like I usually pull up the rhythms on vibes. So I'm on stream. I can hear myself. There we go. Put that on mute. Let me remove this for a minute. Bang! Malaki should be chiming in a minute. Family. Peace and blessings to the fam. It survives. It survives. Yes, family. We got a great show tonight. Got Malachi Maccabee chiming in. He should be coming in briefly. Yes, family. It's a vibes. Okay, I see the brother. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and chime in. Let me take this music off for a minute. Let's get it popping. There we go, the brother.
It's a vibes.
It's a vibes. We got Malaki Maccabee in the building.
Peace and blessings,
How
family.
you feeling, brother?
Man, I'm all good, bro. I'm above ground. I can't complain. Boy, I know it's hotter than the bottom of a slave ship in St. Louis right now, boy.
Hey, you ain't the only one out there, boy. We sweat like Hebrew slaves over here.
Literally, you hear me? Serious business, bro. What's going on, though, family?
Hey, man, it's glad to have you. Finally returned the favor. You know what I mean? Reached out to you about a week ago to get on the live. You said you was with it.
Yeah.
I asked you what topic you wanted to touch on. So, you know what I mean? We're gonna touch on it. It's dealing with the diet. It's dealing with sacrifices. The brother Malaki Maccabee is a Hebrew Israelite. You know what I mean? But unlike other Hebrew Israelites, he has an open perspective, a real truth seeker who doesn't mind, you know what I mean, making the adjustments when truth makes the appearance. So I want to well, let me just give the people the name of the title. Then I'm gonna let you give an introduction of yourself to the people.
All right.
So the introduction, the topic of today is this. It's called "Meat Offered to Devils: The Dangers of Flesh Consumption." That's a heavy topic right there, beloved.
Yeah, it's controversial. That's
Very controversial. Because you know our people love their meat and they love their chicken, they love their steak, they love their pork.
Yeah, boy. You know, I used to be amongst them. I ain't gonna lie though. Every once in a while, I still smell that. You know, you driving down the street, and you still smell it. It tickle your nose.
You already know.
Your her nose, your nose, your hers, and your nose. Like, dang. Let me stay focused though, and you know
how that go.
Yeah.
So before we get started, the chat, everybody in the chat, just give a Claire, if you can hear the brother, if he's loud enough, let me know if he sound good. If we coming through sounding good, give me a okay, a yes.
Yeah, salute.
We haven't had no complaints so far, so I figured it's a go.
Yeah, we should be good. Salute and shalom to everybody in the chat, whether you be friend or foe. All praise to the Creator.
No doubt. So, all right, Malaki Maccabee, go ahead and give the people a background of who you are.
All right.
You know what I mean? What's your walk of like in this truth? And floor is yours.
All right. For those that don't know, I'm your brother, Malaki Maccabee. I've been a teacher in Israel actively since 2005. So that's like 17 years now. I first found out about the truth concerning the Negro and concerning the Bible back in 2003. I was 21 years old then. I studied hard body for like 2 years. And then by 2005, at the age of 23, since then, I've just been teaching several times a week diligently, headquartered out of St. Louis. And I've seen it all in this Israelite thing, man. The ups and downs, I tell you. You understand? You really gotta have thick skin. You gotta have a strong resolve in dealing with your people. You really do. You understand? It's easy for us to get mad. It's easy for us to get bow-legged in the shoulders. You got me messed up, you know, and then you look up and it went left field. You understand? So I've seen it all dealing with Israel. You know, the ups and downs, man. Sometimes you be up, feeling good, but you know, the walks of life, sometimes you be down. And you know, you got to really ask yourself when you down, like, am I really doing this to please my maker, or am I doing this to please man? You dig? So that's basically what it is, man. The YouTube channel HonorandHumilitySTL, for showing Israelite, but part of the elite faction in Israel. You know, dealing with the Essene and Nazarene way of living, Essene and Nazarene literature. You know, the oneness of the Creator. The Creator always was, is, and will be. The all in all.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you, how did you come across the Nazarene literature and the Essene Gospels? Because those literatures is not something you just come across like the Bible, where you could just go to Walmart and go buy you a Bible. You know, some of this information is like hard to find. So how did you come across that information and actually started dealing with the Nazarene and the Essene literature? Because I don't see too many Hebrew Israelites even tapping into that field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's definitely, that literature is definitely a threat to the mainstream Israelite function, whatever they got going on. But how I can run across it, bro, really, I had to look at, you know, it be chains of events that lead you to the present moment, right? So
that's right.
Roughly 4 years ago, it's a beloved elder out of Kansas City, Missouri, named Dimitri Milligan, MELCHIZEDEK, right? Brother buried down to his kneecaps. And I had met the brother, right? He an elder brother, like in his, you know, and I think he's almost 60 years old right now. But I met him about 4 or 5 years ago. And then I looked up online and he was breathing hot fire. Like he was like, you understand? Hey, certain things y'all need to recheck and go back over. Hey, y'all need to readdress this nigga Paul right here, man. You dig? We ain't supposed to be eating no flesh. The Most High is not weak. He's, you know, all this. And I'm like, okay, I see the elder. But at the time, I was going through my own warfare, if you want to call it that. So I just took a mental note of it and say, whatever the elder talking about, he really believed that. It was passion, right? Like even if he wrong, he really believes what he's saying. So I was like, I noted that, right? A year and a half after that, I bumped into another brother bringing out the same literature that he was bringing out. The literature was the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. You know what I mean? Brothers was bringing that out whole body. I ran to another brother bringing this stuff out. He was on our brother's FOPE. He was on their channel banging. I was like, dang, that's the same literature that the elder brought out a year and a half earlier. You dig? But still never, you know, I noted it, but I kept moving. You dig? And then I got a young brother around me that I kind of like helped pull out the streets, but he got into like the herbs and all that, and he had told me since 2016 was like, bro, I don't think we supposed to be chewing on animals. He like, look, I know in the Bible it talk about clean and unclean meat and all that, bro, but I'm telling you. And then I was like, well, look, we gotta know how to answer that. If I bring it out, we gonna have to know how to answer it because they gonna come for us with the Bible. So we gotta be able to answer. Right. He was like, yeah, no doubt, but I'm just telling you what I'm seeing through science and studying nature. You did. He like, YAH'KI, we ain't supposed to be eating it. I was like, all right, I got you. You know what I mean? So last year, right after the Passover, I bumped into another little brother I pulled out the streets. But I hadn't seen him in like 10 years. Right? He hit me on Facebook under a different name. I didn't even recognize his name when he hit me. So I hit the profile. He hit me up. He said, we need to rap. I click on it and I said, oh, that's the little homie. You know what I mean? So I hit him up. I said, well, we need to rap about it. Is you still in St. Louis? He was like, yeah. I said, shoot me the address. I'm going to come on through. I pull up, bro, and he got the Nazarene literature on the table. I was like, bro, that's the third witness. You know what I mean? So I was like, well, look, I asked him a few questions and he really couldn't answer. He had answers, but he couldn't answer thoroughly. You did. Because I'm like, look, these niggas is hung up on Paul, bro. You got to bring it. Like, show me how to answer this. He really couldn't. So I said, put it this way. I'm about to study all that. Just send me the name, title, and them books. I'm going to study it. So I locked myself in for about a good 2 months, man, and just read everything, cover to cover. Studied it, and then I finally brought it out. You know what I mean? So everybody over on the channel, Honor and Humility, that rock with us, we've been off the flesh. I know myself, I've been off the flesh over a year now.
Oh, wow.
You know over a year now, bro. And man, I feel the best I ever felt in my life. I'm currently 40 years old now. Feel like I'm 20. Nice. I'm back jumping fences and, you know, roughing up little jokers was good. Like, yeah. So, I mean, I feel good, bro. You know what I mean? So that's basically in a nutshell how all that came into being.
Nice, man. All right, so that's definitely some good information to know that the Nazarene Gospels is dealing with purity of diet because, you know, that's one thing that's really attacking, you know what I mean, the physiology is our diet. You know, we think meat is okay. We think, you know, chicken is okay. We even think fish is okay when, you know, a lot of that has to deal with creating mucus, inflammation, even intestinal worms in the body. So we're going to go ahead and touch on the topic that we have at hand with Malachi Maccabee. Yeah. So I guess the first part of it is, let me make sure I say it right. I don't want to say the wrong thing. So the first topic is meat offered to devils. Now, Meat offered to devils.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So if we're talking about meat offered to devils, is this a sacrifice to devils, or is this coming out the Bible that we're dealing with these sacrifices to devils? Why devils and not God?
Because it's right there in the Bible, in the what we call the Torah. It's right there in the Bible. That word literally, devils. You understand? And a lot of our people don't understand this, Selah, is that dead flesh is a sacrifice. It is an offering. The only question is, to whom is it offered to? You understand? Now, a lot of my Israelite brothers and sisters, and y'all know it ain't nothing but love over this way. Nothing but love, right? But let's be honest. Let's be honest. We all love to run to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14 and say we got clean flesh we can chew on. These are the animals we can chew on, and these are the animals we can't chew on, right? But a lot of us never understood that even based, if you going by the flesh laws, based off the flesh laws in Leviticus, if the animal wasn't properly slaughtered, how the Torah say slaughter it. If it wasn't properly processed, how the Torah say process it, right? If it wasn't put down and the blood drained a certain way and the fat discarded a certain way, then guess what? Your lamb, your ox, your goat, it all still is considered offered. Your chicken, your tilapia, your fish, your jack, whatever, it's all considered offered to devils if it hasn't been handled properly. You understand? And that's the part of the Torah that the flesh-eating Israelites don't want to deal with. You don't want to deal with, hey, hold on, if this wasn't even slain how the Torah say slay it, then we ain't to touch it.
Wow. Because
you become defiled. Now look about this. That's if you going by flesh laws. Me, right. I don't eat the flesh, so that don't apply to me. But if the brothers is going by flesh laws and saying I'm eating clean flesh, right? Then guess what? Well, that's predicated upon the so-called animal that's on your plate being slaughtered according to the Torah you read. In your law, it say that.
So let me interject. So basically you're saying that it's a certain way that we're supposed to prepare meat for the carnivores Israelites. It's a certain way they're supposed to prepare their meat. So they just can't go up in McDonald's, KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken and just get an order to go and eat. They can't do that according to Torah.
No, according to Torah, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then when you see, when we're gonna go to Acts today, you're gonna see at the Jerusalem assembly, the top apostle was James. That was Yeshua's brother. He was the one in charge of the Nazarene movement. He commanded Paul, look, if you out there teaching amongst the Gentiles, teach this. And most of it had to do with diet restrictions, what to eat. Now, the question is, did Paul accept that and go and tell everybody exactly what the top apostle said? Or did he say, well, I'm going to do it my own way? You understand? And herein comes the first split in the first century Messianic movement. I'm talking about before the Catholics did their thing and everything. You dig? The first split in the Messianic, those that claim following the Messiah, the first split was by way of the original apostles, James and Peter, Yaakov and Kepha, James and Peter and all them, and Paul and his movement. A lot of people don't understand that, but we're going to show a little bit of that today.
So you said something profound. I didn't know. You said James, the brother of Jesus, or Yeshua, of course, but he was a Nazarene and he was against flesh eating.
Exactly.
So that means that Yeshua would have been against flesh eating naturally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. His family, if you check his earthly family, it was 7 children. It was 5 sons and 2 daughters. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now James was his brother, his little brother by 2 years. Okay. So yes, when you check the history, and we got the history, I done did the slides and the presentations and all that. This man never ate flesh. Wow. So now it makes sense what he was telling Paul. He was like, look, let them know they not supposed to be chewing on flesh if they want to come into this way of life. You understand? You ain't supposed to be chewing on animals. That's just what it is. So we're gonna show some of that, and then that way the brothers and sisters can ask themselves, all right, well, what is meats offered to idols? And if I don't know, then why am I in opposition to what the brothers are saying? You dig? And if I do know what it is, then every time I decide to chew on what I call lamb or goat or ox, and I know it ain't been prepared and processed and slaughtered according to the very law that I go by, then I'm, you know what I'm agreeing that I'm eating abomination. You see what I'm saying?
Yo, that's profound right there. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let you go ahead and go ahead and, you know, I ain't gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna let you present your joint as far as the offerings to devils, and then we'll do the flesh consumption part like a separate part.
Okay.
So I'll let you go ahead and start with that.
All right.
I'm gonna let you do your thing. I'm just running grab some to drink like 10 seconds.
Okay.
And then the floor is yours, King.
All right, man. Let's go ahead and get it done. First, we're gonna go. Y'all and you brothers and sisters, go ahead and just have you a pen, paper, take notes, whatever. We're gonna get it in real quick. We're gonna go through a few scriptures, but after that, we're gonna get into the Nazarene and the Saint literature. You understand? And show like the science behind it. Because even 2,000 years ago, they was dealing with the science, like of the blood and all that, and eating flesh and how it poisons your blood and, you know what I mean, messes up your whole physiology and all that. So we're gonna get into that too. But first, we're gonna go into Acts just real quick and give a rundown of what this whole thing is about. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I'm gonna share my screen, and then let's work. Let's work. And then when we done, any questions anybody got, we're gonna go ahead and get it done. I see a few of y'all Israelites in the building. Blessed up. All right, let me hit share real quick. Share screen. I'm gonna do on tab. All right, first we're gonna go to the blue letter Bible.
Wait, hold up, King. I gotta let me pull it up right quick.
Okay.
All right, there we go. You mean to full screen it?
However, as long as they can see it, it don't matter. You can full screen it however you want to do it, bro.
All right, I got a full screen. Floor is yours.
All right, so first we're gonna go right here, y'all. We're gonna go to the blue letter Bible. All right. And the first spot we're gonna go to is the spot that gave us the inspiration for the topic of the class. All right. Now, one thing you need to understand in history at this point in time, according to the biblical narrative, Yahshua is already off the scene. All right. He's been dead roughly 20 years if you want to look at the biblical narrative behind it. This right here is the council at Jerusalem. And what's happening is Paul has to finally come up to Jerusalem and check in with the disciples and the apostles, because these are the ones that the Messiah, Yahshua, left in charge of his movement. So if you out here talking, man, during this time period, if you are out there talking about Yahshua or talking about the Creator, then you got to check in with the ones that got the knowledge, who got the light. So the topic on the table for them is circumcision and diet. Circumcision and diet. All right. And this is what Paul is bringing forth. So by the time you get all the way down to verse, I'm going to show y'all 13. Notice on the screen there, y'all, it says James's judgment. A lot of people don't understand when you read the Bible according to the biblical narrative, the Messiah, who you call Yahshua, according to the biblical narrative, y'all had brothers and sisters. All right. His whole entire family, if you get into the history of it, his whole entire family were enemies of the Herodian setup, the Herodian Edomites that was set up in Jerusalem. That's why John the Baptist's head was cut off. Messiah persecuted. James the Just persecuted, all by the same family. All right. So notice it says James's judgment. So Paul comes to Jerusalem. He's brought before the top apostle who has the authority, James, Yahshua's brother. And he stands up and gives a judgment or gives a sentence, gives a reasoning over what Paul and Barnabas are supposed to be teaching out among the nations. All right. Now watch this, James' judgment. And after they held their peace, this is Acts 15 and 13. James answered, saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. You understand? So he stands up and gives his whole rundown. Then he says, Simeon is Peter in this one. Simeon have declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. And to this agree the words of the prophets as it is written. After this I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen, and I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men might seek after the Most High, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, saith the Most High, who doeth all these things. So what he did, because there was no New Testament at this time, y'all, but what was standing was Torah and Tanakh. So what James did was quote a prophecy out of Hosea, or Amos, excuse me, out of Amos 9, 11 and 12. You understand? And he's saying that understanding started to be fulfilled when Kepha or Peter went and hollered at the Gentile Cornelius. So verse 18, it says, known unto God are all his works from the beginning of the world. Wherefore, this is James still talking. Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to the Most High. So he's saying, look, those of other nations that want to serve the Creator, tell them it's all good. You understand? But there is a discipline that they have to follow. You know what I mean? You just can't come up in here and do your own thing. There's a discipline you have to follow. All right? Now watch this. But that we write unto them, this is the judgment, but that we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols. Remember that. And from fornication. Remember that. And from things strangled and from blood. So pollutions of idols, things strangled, and blood are all three allusions pertaining to flesh. And as we keep going, we're going to break it down even more. Okay, now we're going to jump down to verse 29 because he repeats himself. Y'all get a chance, read the whole thing, but we're gonna stick with it for time's sake. All right. James is still talking. Verse 29, he's still talking to Paul and them, right? That you abstain from what? Meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, ye shall do well, fare ye well. So the top apostle, the top disciple, if you want to call him that, just told Paul, while you out there, one of the main, that there are 4 doctrines that you need to be teaching, right? To abstain from meats offered to idols, from blood, from things strangled, and from fornication. So the question that I've always had is, well, what is that? What is meats offered to idols according to what we call the Torah? You know why this is important? Is because at this time, y'all, it ain't no such thing as no New Testament. There is no such thing as no New Testament at all. All right, so what is this? That means the understanding that James, the brother of Messiah, got or had about eating meats offered to idols / devils. We're going to go get that in the Torah. That you abstain from meats offered to idols or devils, that James, the brother of Messiah, understood that understanding and got that out the written Torah that they have. You understand? So when we ask people this, every brother, that whether they eating lamb on Passover or goat, or whether they eating, you know what I mean, chicken wings, pot chicken sandwiches, chewing on any animal. And when we ask them, hey, what is meats offered to idols? According to the Torah, because there was no New Testament. The New Testament didn't even come around, y'all. It wasn't even agreed upon to 300 years after the Messiah. So whatever is going on 20 years after him, the only thing written down is what we call the Torah or the Tanakh. Well, where is that understanding in the Torah about meats offered to idols? Because we need to know that, because that's a command given out. And there's a reason why you were supposed to stay away from meats offered to idols. Now today, don't nobody really know what that is. Is flesh offered to idols just because somebody told you, hey, don't eat that? You know, that's offered to Molech. Is it flesh offered or meat offered to idols just because just because they eating it on a pagan holiday? What constitutes meats offered to idols according to the Torah? That's the question. You dig? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go show. All right. But one thing I want to go show before then is, understand this, y'all. The top apostle or disciple that Yahshua gave charge to just gave Paul an order. Teach them to abstain from meats offered to idols. All right, and we're going to go understand and navigate and show what that is. All right, that way you'll know. I dropped that. Let's go see Paul real quick. 1 Corinthians 10. Let me show. Let's go show that real quick. All right, 1 Corinthians 10, we're going to read verse 25 and 26. All right, 25 and 26. Take notes. Take notes. Remember, Paul just was commanded to teach a certain way. All right. He came before the top apostle over the whole Nazarene movement, Yahshua of Nazareth. All right. He came before James, his actual biological little brother, and James told him, this is what you teach amongst the Gentiles. Now, let's go see real quick if Paul taught that. Let's go see. All right. 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat. Asking no question for conscience sake. For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So this is Paul in 1 Corinthians 10, writing to the Gentiles that he was sent to. Now remember, he was commanded to teach them to stay away from meats offered to idols. When you out there buying flesh amongst them Gentile meat markets, well, you got a stipulation. It can't be meats offered to idols. It can't be nothing strangled. And it can't be, and you got to stay away from blood. All right, strangled or something like roadkill, something that died of itself. But when you're done talking, whenever you slit the throat of any animal just so you can eat it, it's choking. It's strangling. All right. So Paul said, whatever is sold in the shambles, eat that and don't even ask no questions. So my question is, did Paul teach what he was commanded to teach? The top apostles say no meats offered to idols, no blood, nothing strangled. Paul says, whatever is sold in the shambles, go ahead and eat that. And don't ask no questions for conscience sake. And the reason he gave was the earth belonged to the creator anyway. It don't matter. You can eat whatever you want to eat. And if y'all think that don't mean that, watch this. Let's pull up some different definitions. Different translations. Let me show y'all something. All right. All these are the translations. All these are the translations for 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. All right. We see the KJV. Now look at the NLT. NLT means New Living Translation. All right. And the scholars translated this. It ain't like we making it up. It ain't like we making it up at all, y'all. All right. Now look at the NLT. Look what it say. It says, so you may eat any meat. So you may eat any meat that is sold in the marketplace without raising questions of conscience. Y'all see this? Look at this. James said or commanded no meats offered to idols, nothing strangled, no blood. Paul say you may eat any flesh or meat that is sold in the marketplace without raising questions of conscience. Look at that. NIV. Eat anything sold in the meat market without raising questions of conscience. The shambles or the butcher stalls or the meat markets. Here in St. Louis, we got a spot called Shalom Market. You dig? And they cut up alligator, lamb, all on the same blade. Look at this. Eat whatever is sold in the meat market without raising any question on the ground of conscience. So Paul is saying openly that he don't agree with what he was commanded to teach. Because he's telling you you can eat whatever. But James, Yaakov the just said, no, you can't eat whatever. Stay away from meats offered to idols, things strangled, and from blood. Paul doubles back and say, eat whatever. It don't matter. And look, don't even ask no questions about it because the earth belongs to the Lord. All right. So what I just showed was a conflict. Eat everything sold in the meat market or the shambles and abstain from meats offered to idols. That is not the same message. So this is where the first split of the Nazarene or the Messiah's teaching started. Right here between Paul and James the Just, the Messiah's brother, who knew him his whole life. You see that? Paul is not teaching what James told him to teach. He's saying eat whatever is sold in the meat markets. And look, don't even ask no questions. Because why would anybody ask a question? Hold on, because James said we got to stay away from things strangled. The letter James sent you with said we got to stay away from blood. The letter James sent you with say abstain from meats offered to idols. But surely if I go to any Gentile meat market and decide to buy some lamb or some goat or whatever, you understand? You better believe that there's not NAM, N-A-M, NAM meat market in this earth that slaughter their flesh or process their flesh how the Torah say they're supposed to. Not even the synagogue of Satan. Not even the Jewish elite. Not even them. All right. So if y'all understand so far, that James or Paul did not teach the same thing that James commanded him to teach. If you understand that so far, give me a 1 up in the chat. And it's real easy. It's abstaining from meats offered to idols the same as eat whatever's sold in the meat market. And if it's not the same, then we got to ask ourselves, which message do I follow? Do I roll with the brother of the Messiah who knew him, who was in charge, who had the spiritual powers, and you understand? Or do I roll with Paul, a man who never met him? This should be problematic. All right. Paul is saying eat whatever. That's what he's saying. All right. And when we get back to we're gonna come back to Corinthians later, and you're gonna see, like, dang, hold on, he's saying something totally different. So what is meats offered to idols? according to the Torah. Let's get into it. First, we're going to go to Leviticus 17. Shout out to my Selah, Shalom, too. Right on for having me on the platform, brother. Abundant blessings in the name of the Creator upon you and everything you touch, YAH'KI. And all my Nazarene, Essene, faithless brothers and sisters in the building, whether you be friend or foe. You dig? Bless up. So we're going to go to Leviticus 17 first. Let's go show what meat offered to idols is according to the Torah. Because guess what? At the time when he said that, there was no New Testament. There was no New Testament. And y'all, this is actually a debate I've been calling for since last year. Since last year. Pastor Deuel Ductors. You understand? And all the and a gang of Israelite brothers that got mad and was running their mouth. Man, them brothers lost the light. Man, look, we call this debate consistently. We've been calling for this debate consistently for well over a year now. You dig? And the first topic is, what is meats offered to idols according to the Torah? Because if you understood what it was, then guess what? In your spirit, you'll be like, nah, I can't touch that. Can't touch it. All right? So let's go over to the next one, right? Blood for atonement. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Aaron and his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and saying to them, this is the thing which the Most High have commanded, saying, what man soever there be of the house of Israel that kills an ox, or a lamb, or a goat, in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp. Let's put some context on this, y'all. According to the biblical narrative, Israel is in the wilderness. All right, that's where you got all these laws from, in the wilderness. You didn't get them while you was in Egypt. You got them in the wilderness, according to the biblical narrative, right? So right here, he's saying that whoever kills an ox, lamb, or goat, y'all, for Israelites, all that's clean flesh. You can eat that. You can eat that. But in order for you to eat it, y'all, yeah, it had to be killed first. Understand that. All right, lamb, goat, and ox, according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, you can chew on them if you're going by the laws of the flesh. You see? But how many of us understood that, well, that's, you know, the prerequisite to that is it got to be slaughtered and processed according to the Torah. All right? So this ain't pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters. This ain't shrimp bullet. This is what Israelites eat at every feast day. Ox, lamb, or goat. In the camp, wherever Israel is camping at, in the wilderness, or outside of the camp, outside of civilization where we at, because we're in the wilderness, we in the desert. So outside of where we camping at is considered, you know what I mean, outside of civilization. But wherever you kill this ox or this lamb or this goat, you understand, in the camp or out the camp. Now watch this. And bring it not. And meaning, and you don't bring that kill of that lamb, that goat, and that ox. If you don't bring it to the door of the tabernacle or the congregation. Y'all, the tabernacle was a portable tent. According to the biblical narrative, this went wherever we went to pitch tent it. All right. Tabernacle held the Ark of the Covenant and all that according to the biblical narrative. All right. But whatever animal that you killed for the purpose of eating had to be brought to the doorway of the tabernacle of the congregation. Meaning it had to be brought to the door of the altar of burnt offering, that courtyard. It had to be brought right to the priest. So whatever animal you hunt and kill for food, it got to be brought to a priest. That's an officiant over the altar or an altar. All right, a Levite. Now watch this. And bring it not into the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Trip off this, y'all. To offer an offering unto the Most High. So yes, whatever you hunt to eat is an offering. See, that's our problem today. We don't look at dead flesh. We don't look at dead flesh like it's an offering. It is. Somebody had to sacrifice it or kill it before it got on your plate. Before it was a porterhouse or a T-bone. You understand? Or a ribeye. It had to be slaughtered first. So yes, dead flesh is an offering, brothers and sisters. It just depends on to whom. All right. So look at this. It says to offer an offering to the Most High before the tabernacle of the Most High. blood shall be imputed unto that man. Y'all hear this? He have shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. So what did we learn so far? Let's pull what we can out of that, y'all. Whatever animal you kill that can be eaten according to the flesh laws, you got to bring that to the priest at the doorway of the tabernacle so he can properly offer that. If not, guess what? According to the Torah law, you guilty of bloodshed, murder. You guilty of blood. And y'all, this is for y'all that go by the flesh laws. I don't chew on animals. I don't chew on animal sandwiches, so this don't apply to me. But for the brothers and sisters that chew on lamb, that chew on ox, that chew on goat, that chew on Popeye chicken sandwiches, this is for you. Because we got the top apostle after the Messiah had already died saying what? Meats offered to idols or devils, blood, things strangled are still prohibited. So you can't even say, well, the Messiah died, so now I can eat flesh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, because after he died, the order still went out to stay away from it. So our people stand in jeopardy of being cut off by the same law that they go by. Because if we flip back to Leviticus 11, that's everybody, that's the dietary law. But y'all trip off this. That dead flesh got to get brought to the doorway of the tabernacle. And if it's not done this way, guess what? You stand guilty of murder and you stand in judgment or in jeopardy of being cut off from among the people. Verse 5, watch this. Verse 5. To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices. Yeah, dead flesh, y'all, is an offering. It is a sacrifice. We don't look at it like that today, though. You just figure you can pull right up at Chick-fil-A and, you know, chew on that basic #1 chicken sandwich. No, bro, that had to be killed. That chicken had to be slaughtered. So dead flesh is a sacrifice. It is an offering. Remember that. To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Most High, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the who? The priests. Unto the priests, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Most High. So yes, the dead flesh that you offer, or the dead flesh that you're chewing on, is an offering. It is a sacrifice. And the type of category or the type of sacrifice it is, y'all, is considered a peace offering. So so in other words, it's like this. There is no such thing as everyday meats in the Torah. Everyday flesh. No, if it's dead, if you had to put your blade to it, it's considered an offering or a sacrifice. All right, well, it had to been, guess what? Handled a certain way. You got to bring that to the priest, to the doorway of the tabernacle. You see that? It's considered a peace offering. Watch this. Now look what the priest got to do. These are his rituals. The priest's ritual is this. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood. Yeah, sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Most High. Now, for us that, you know, that choose the way of life, that ain't with the bloodshed and all that you got to question that anyway. If you ever smelt blood and dead flesh, you got to question that anyway, because everybody knows that don't smell good at all. But that's another topic. Point being, look what the priest got to do. The priest got to sprinkle the blood of that lamb or that ox or that goat on the altar. It got to dissect and cut the organs out and scrape the fat off the organs and throw that on the altar with the blood and burn that for a sweet smelling savor. This is the process every animal, if you're going by flesh laws, that you chew on must go through. It has to go through this. And this is why. Verse 7. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto whom? Devils. Devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. Now look at this. So that means, y'all, trip off this. If it's not done the way we just read it, then it's considered offered to devils. There ain't Nam brother, you feel me, they keep Nam feast day in Israel. They can tell you that they know that the flesh they are chewing on was properly sacrificed, processed, and slaughtered according to what the Torah says. You dig? If not, guess what? It's offered to devils. It's offered to idols. Now, you may say, no, man, that ain't devils. I mean, that ain't no idol, because Acts 15:29 said idols, right? Well, look at this. Let's go once again to some different translations. All right, look at this. NLT. Let me show you that those devils are idols. Look at this. Look at this. NLT. The people must no longer be unfaithful to the Lord by offering sacrifices to the goat idols. So y'all hear this? And the goat idol is Baphomet, if I ain't mistaken. The people must no longer be unfaithful to the Lord by offering sacrifices to the goat idols. This is a permanent law for them to be observed from generation to generation. So y'all, trip off this. If it's not handled, if that flesh is not handled how the Torah says handle it, then guess what? It's considered offered to devils. This is what James the Just was telling Paul. Teach them that to abstain from meats offered to idols. What's the understanding on meats offered to idols? Hey, Jack, if you ain't brought that to the priest and the priest ain't sprinkled the blood on the altar, if he ain't scraped the fat off the organs and burnt that fat and that blood and that flesh on that altar for a sweet savor, guess what, y'all? It's considered offered to devils or idols. You see? So that means every piece of lamb, every piece of goat, every piece of ox, every piece of fish that any of my Israelite brothers, our Israelite brothers and sisters is chewing on is abomination. Because Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14 is predicated on it being offered or processed properly. If that hasn't been done, you are not to deal with it. And trip off this, y'all, we actually got a biblical example of this not able to be done. And guess what the brothers did? They didn't eat flesh. You see that? Oh, wait. Now watch this. Somebody, well, what about the fish? Somebody had said that to me not that long ago. It said ox, it said goat, it said lamb. It didn't say fish. Let's jump down to verse 13. Watch this. Look at this. Verse 13. This is how real it gets. Now look at this. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunt and catch, we all know fish are caught, which hunt and catch any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust. That's not happening. That blood ain't going on the altar. It ain't the animal ain't being brought to the priest at the doorway of the tabernacle. The blood ain't going on the altar. The fat ain't going on the altar. You understand? None of this is happening. And guess what? The rest of the blood that's drained, it ain't being poured out into the dust and covered up with it either. All this has to happen before you can be chewing on what you believe to be clean flesh. And what you're going to understand, y'all, is what? Nobody's chewing on clean flesh today. It's all unclean. It's all an abomination. Trip off this, y'all. We know brothers in the truth. We know sisters in the truth that got gout, high blood pressure, worms, diabetes. Well, how is this if you chewing on clean flesh? No Israelites eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. No Israelites that know better. So how is your body still in a state of disease and acidosis if the flesh you eating is considered clean? If that's what the Creator gave you. How? All right. So what we just learned in Leviticus 17, 1 through 7, and then verse 13 is this, y'all. Dead flesh is an offering. It's considered a peace offering. It is a sacrifice. And guess what? It's talking about the food that every Israelite eats. Ox, lamb, goat. All right. Then it tells you what? Well, you killed it, and that's for the purpose of eating. Then guess what? You got to bring that to the priest at the doorway of the tabernacle. Then he got to do his ritual. And if that ritual ain't done, guess what? You guilty of bloodshed. Huh? You guilty of murder. We stand in jeopardy of being cut off from the people. And guess what, y'all? It's considered what? Offered to devils. Wow. You see that? You see that? So when he say meats offered to idols, y'all, that's flesh, period. And to clear it up even more, he went and said things strangled, that's flesh. And he said, and from blood, that's flesh too. All right, so let's go look deeper into what a peace offering is, all right? If y'all get some understanding so far, give me a 4 for the tribe up in the chat. Give me a 4. Give me a 4 up in the chat if y'all getting some understanding. I ain't trying to lose nobody, all right? Let's go over here and get the Torah or the law concerning the peace offering. Because guess what, y'all? It's also an expiration date on that flesh you eat. Meaning, it can only be dead so many days. Now, here we go. We got deep freezers full of flesh. Lamb and chicken and beef and that stuff being there a whole year sometimes. Whole year. You see? Remember, he called it a peace offering in Leviticus 17. All right? Everybody get some understanding. That's what's up. I see the fold, so all praise. Hey, Shushan said, I wonder exactly how camps be doing Passover, the blood eating with shoes and staff. Trust me, I done officiated a lot of Passovers. This one that just came past was the first one we did that was without flesh. That was without flesh. And it felt good too. It felt good. All right, now watch this. Leviticus 7 and 11. That's right, urban Israelite. Ground beef mixed with human meat. And this is the law or the Torah of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto the Most High. All right, now watch this. So being it is a peace offering, it's rules to that too, because there are categories to the sacrifices. All right, you got burnt offerings, you got sin offerings, you got trespass offerings, you got peace offerings. You see what I'm saying? There's different categories to the offerings. What you eat on every day that we call lawful and clean flesh, or that Israel was calling lawful and clean flesh, well, that got to go through a process of a proper and clean kill, according to the flesh law. If not, you're eating unclean lamb. It's unclean. And all you got to do is ask yourself, how are the elders dying from or suffering from high blood pressure, diabetes, weight problems, gout? How you got gout and you are elder in the truth? Some ain't adding up. Something's not lining up with creation. Because why is your body, you understand, plagued with a disease or inflammation of the joints called gout if what you're eating is righteous? See that? Now watch this. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto the Creator. Now watch this. If he offer, look at this. If he offer it for a thanksgiving, and he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes mingled with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil, fine flour fried. So basically, you ain't just chewing on flesh. You know what I mean? You got your 2 pieces in a biscuit right here. It ain't just the flesh. You got your biscuits with it too. But this is how you prepare the peace offering. You know what I mean? YAHWH'S sounds like the false god is the one that enjoys the grasses or smell of burning flesh, sweet smelling savor to the false god, not the true God or creator. Absolutely. I agree. Now watch this. So he's telling you that this offering, this peace offering, is not just to be eaten with flesh alone. You got to come on with the wafers and the cakes. Watch this. Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offering. So there are multiple kinds of peace offerings. One is a thank you peace offering. All right. And if that's what you offering, if that's what it is when you bring that kill to the priest, then this all got to be officiated as well. Verse 14. And of it, he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto the Most High. And it shall be the priest. Look at this. And it shall be the priest that sprinkle the blood of the peace offerings. What priest is Israel bringing their lambs or goats to, and what altar is he sprinkling? Think about it. And no, we're not talking about no makeshift priest today. Just because somebody claimed they're a priest, y'all, those had to be Levitical priests. Well, what you gonna say? Well, we ain't up under the order of Levi, Aaron. We up under the order of Melchizedek. Absolutely. But that's the same order they was already up under in Acts 15 when James told Paul, teach to abstain from meats offered to idols. They already was under a different priesthood than the sacrificing and slaying of animal flesh. And the order still was flesh is prohibited. Meats offered to idols is prohibited. Blood is prohibited. You see that? So the priest got to sprinkle that blood. If that's not happening, you stand in violation. Look at this, verse 15. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten. Look at this, y'all. The same day that it is offered, he shall not leave any of it until the morning. Look at this. Ain't no leftovers with that Thanksgiving peace offering sacrifice. The day it is offered is the day it is supposed to be eaten. The day you go hunt and kill that, the day you go catch that fish, it's a peace offering. It got to be eaten that day. Ain't no you filling up your deep freezer, you dig, miles high with dead animal flesh. We pull this out next year and throw it on the grill. No, that had to get put down. When the day it got put down, it had to get thrown down your throat the same day. And that's the Thanksgiving peace offering. None of it can remain to the morning. Now look at this. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offereth his sacrifice. Now this is called a voluntary peace offering. That's basically like you going to, the store and say, look, I'm hungry. I'm going to fire the grill up. Let me go to the store and go ahead and give me some, some leg quarters or something. You dig? Notice what it says. It shall be eaten the same day that he offereth his sacrifice. Dead flesh is an offering. It is a sacrifice. But this voluntary offering got to be eaten the same day. And on the morrow also, the remainder of it shall be eaten. So you can eat that the day you offer it or kill it, and the next day. That part of the peace offering, you can have some leftovers. So day 2, right? But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burnt with fire. So that means, y'all, no flesh that the Israelites or any of our people are chewing on, if it's dead longer than 2 days, it is not to be eaten. How long that flesh been dead that you go to the meat market or the slaughterhouse and get? Do you know? It takes weeks just to get it to you, let alone kill it. We can look. I'll pull up the kill clock later on, and we'll show. You dig the animal kill clock? All the animals that's been slain in the United States alone since January 1st. So day 3, you can't eat that what you hunted. All right, now watch this, verse 18. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all on the 3rd day, because guess what, y'all? That's the next one. Well, I ain't kill it. I eat it, but I ain't kill it. Look at this. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all on the 3rd day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offer it. It shall be what? An abomination. Look at that. And y'all, we talking about pork. No, we're not talking about pork. Excuse me. We talking about lamb. We talking about goat, and we talking about ox, and we talking about fish. We talking about the quote unquote clean and unclean flesh, or the clean flesh that our people feel they got the right to chew on. Look at this. It say right here, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offereth it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eateth of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten. And the flesh that toucheth any unclean shall not be eaten. It shall be burned with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. Now look at this. Now look at this right here, y'all. So now we got a whole rundown of meats offered to idols so far. All right. What we know so far. We talking about lamb. We talking about goat. We talking about ox. What we know so far. They got to get brought to the doorway of the tabernacle. What we know so far, at the doorway of the tabernacle, you got to get that to the priest. What we know so far, the priest got to sprinkle that blood of that dead animal that you're going to eat on the altar, and then he got to gut the animal, shave the fat off the organs, and throw the fat on the altar, and burn the blood and the fat for a sweet savor. And if it's not done like that, And the blood the remainder of the blood got to get poured out into the dust and covered. If it's not done like that, guess what, y'all? Our people stand guilty of murder, bloodshed, and they stand in jeopardy of being cut off. And guess what? That cheeseburger, that quarter pounder you eating on from Mickey Fleas, guess what? It's considered offered to devils. See, Israel don't deal with the process. You got to go deal with the process. How do you properly prepare and slaughter that? Where do you think the so-called synagogue of Satan get the idea of kosher from? And we Israelites be like, kosher ain't in the Bible. Okay, maybe not the word, but the idea of properly slaughtering and processing a dead animal, they get that out the Torah. You see that? Look at this. So meats off the idols, y'all, got to do with all the flesh we all are eating, whether you call it clean or unclean. We talk bad about the piggers, the listening sandwiches, the bigger sandwiches the pastors are eating on. But, I mean, you in the same boat if you chewing on chicken, lamb, beef, oxtails. You know what I mean? Turkey, you in the same boat. You in the same boat. Because for one, you don't know how long it's been dead. If it's dead longer than 2 days, it's an abomination. We just read that, didn't we? And you got to bear your iniquity. Even if you didn't hunt it, but you're eating it. You see? So we got an expiration date. It can't be dead longer than 2 days. We got the blood got to get put on the altar by the priest. We got the fat off the organs after the priest dissected and pulled the organs out. He got to shave the fat off the organs and throw that on the altar and burn it. That ain't being done. It got to get brought to the doorway of the tabernacle to a Levitical priest. That ain't being done. Huh? And the remainder of the blood got to get poured out into the dust and covered. That ain't being done. Come on, y'all. What's happening is our people are literally eating flesh offered to idols or devils. And guess what, y'all? Don't even know it. Don't even know it. Now look at that. All right, so if y'all understand so far what meat or flesh offered to idols is, according to what we just read, give me a 9 up in the chat. We ain't trying to lose nobody. All right, bless up. All right, we're going to drop that, and we're going to go. I'm going to show you a group of brothers. All right, we're going to go show a group of brothers that didn't have access to the temple, didn't have access to the altar. And trip off this, y'all, they were priests. But guess what? The temple was under attack and the altar was profane. And guess what they knew better than to do? Chew on the flesh of dead animals. So we actually have a biblical example to back up the breakdown that I'm bringing up. So no Israelite can say this is a private interpretation. Oh, that don't mean that. You can't say that. You can't say that. And what we about to do now, we about to go give a biblical example. We about to go give a biblical example, all right, of abstaining from meats offered to idols because every prerequisite needed for you to lawfully chew on clean flesh wasn't available. Just like it ain't available now. There is no temple standing for you to go offer. There are no priests. There are no altars. There is no temple. Y'all, that don't look, even if you got your own land and I got organic farm-raised chickens. What the hell does that mean? You still can't do it how we just read in the Torah. That still ain't being done. And some of y'all claim y'all know what the Levites are. Well, you need to go find you a Levite. If you want to still chew on animal sandwiches, go find you a Levite. You know, help him get on YouTube how to make a makeshift altar, make you an altar or something. See, you know better. You know better. You see? You know better. So let's drop that and let's go on over here. Let me stop sharing screen. I'm going to jump back into it. 1 second. Hold on, YAH'KI. Let me share the screen one more time. All right, any questions? If there's any questions in the chat, Selah, let me know.
Boy, you going in right now, King. I ain't going to hold you.
Oh, praises, bro.
You're going crazy on the diet right now. You know what I mean? And you definitely showing and proving that, you know what I mean, that we wasn't supposed to be dealing with meat.
Yeah.
First off, but if you're going to deal with the meat, it's customary how to deal with it. So that's real interesting And if y'all have any questions, definitely put it in the chat once the brother finish, you know what I mean, his presentation. And I got 3 questions I want to raise after you finish the presentation.
Absolutely.
But you definitely going in, King. I ain't gonna hold you. You definitely going in. You showing and proving. You got me questioning Paul right now. Like, dang, you know what I mean? Because all these Israelites, they hold Paul so accountable.
Yeah.
So you definitely, you know what I mean, going in. So go ahead and let me not finish break your vibe. Keep going. I'm gonna go ahead and mute out.
Got you. You gotta ask yourself this. Why would Paul say whatever's sold at the meat market? Look, eat that, don't even ask no questions. He telling you, like, don't even be a critical thinker about what he's saying. Just do what I tell you to do. Nah, that ain't right and correct. That's not right and exact. You understand? That's not what it is. Meats offered to idols, y'all, is all the flesh we eat on. You dig? So for Israel to say we can eat on flesh because Leviticus 11 says it and Deuteronomy 14 says it. But guess what? For all my Israelite brothers and sisters listening, y'all, that is predicated on it being properly slaughtered and processed how the law say it's supposed to. If it ain't being done like that, you ought to stay away from it because you're guilty of murder. Even if you didn't kill the animal, if you chewing on it. You see that? And that's why now you see why the Nazarene and the Essene brothers in history stayed away from flesh, period. They wasn't with it anyway. You know what I mean? They wasn't with none of it anyway. But if you gonna rock like Leviticus and the flesh laws, then bro, you gotta stand on that then. You gotta stand on Leviticus if you saying you can chew on animals because Leviticus says so. You gotta stand on that. You see that? Now, that's right. No meat, period. Now, watch this. Let's go over here to First Maccabee. Let me share this. We're going to go into the Apocrypha next. Israelites read the Apocrypha, right? So there should be no problem with what we about to show. Okay? First Maccabees chapter 2. We're going to read a little bit about Matthias and his 5 sons, of which one of them was Judah Maccabee. All right? Judah Maccabee. Okay, click on that. Click on that if you can, Selah. Thank you, brother. Now, watch this. Watch this, fam. All right. Now, just to give y'all a brief breakdown of what's going on here. The Greeks came in and Hellenized, forced their culture on Israel. All right, y'all, this is roughly 2,200 years ago. All right. This is roughly around the time of the translation of the Septuagint. All right. Under Ptolemy Philadelphus, I believe it is. You dig? The Rosetta Stone, 70 Israelite elders had to translate the so-called Pentateuch into Greek. All right, all this is around that time. All this is around the time of Serapis and all that. Like, it's a lot going on. All right? Antiochus Epiphany and all that. But see, the Greeks came into Jerusalem and tried to force this on us. They tried to force their way of life on us. And the bros had to stand up. All right. Now, there were a group of brethren that were living already out separate from society that were non-resistant. And the scriptures go into how they got a great and glorious resurrection coming. You understand? A lot of them, there are different branches of these things. Some of the things are non-violent. You understand? But there are some that's like, hey, you know, I mean, you know, we understand, but look, we ain't finna take this sitting down. All right, but Matthias and them are the bros that was like, our bros died. They're gonna have a marvelous resurrection, but we gonna have to, you know, we're gonna have to stand up and defend what it is. All right, now watch this. And Matthias cried throughout the city. Matthias, y'all, is a priest. He's a Levite. That means his sons are Levites. All right, and Matthias cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, "Whosoever is zealous of the Torah and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me." So he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that ever they had in the city. The city is Jerusalem. All right. Now watch this. It says, then many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there. Both they and their children, listen to this, y'all, and their wives and their cattle. And their cattle. Look at this. That means the priests had livestock with them when they went into the wilderness. Just like, according to the biblical narrative, when Israel went into the wilderness leaving Egypt, they had their cattle with them. Oh, okay, so trip off this. These are priests, and they have their cattle. It should be no reason that they could not just go ahead and slay one of their sheep or one of their lambs or one of their oxen and make them some lamb chops or make them a double cheeseburger. So trip off this. When they fled to the wilderness to get ready for this counterattack on these so-called Greeks, they took their cattle with them. All right, they took their cattle with them. But remember, at this time, the temple was under attack. There are no priests at the altar. There is no altar. It got swine blood on it. Remember that. Remember everything we just read about you chewing on flesh and everything that has to be in place for you to lawfully chew on it if you go on by the flesh laws. Now trip off this. This is a situation where everything wasn't in place. And I went there to show, hey, y'all, they had their cattle with them. So whenever they get hungry, it should be nothing for them to take a blade to the throat of one of their lambs or whatever. And guess what? Roast that sucker and get down. All right. So if you understand that they had their cattle with them as well, going into the wilderness, give me a Yahoo up in the chat. Now let's go show how they got down. Let's go show. We're going to go to 1st Maccabees. My bad. 2nd Maccabees, chapter 5, last 2 verses. Let's eat. Let's get to it. And this right here shows the breakdown that I just gave in Leviticus 17, 1 through 7 and verse 13, and Leviticus 7, 11 through 18 is true. Because this is the biblical example to show, hey, if all that ain't available, we are not to eat it. We are not to eat it. All right. Now watch this. I'm going to read 2nd Maccabees 5, 25 through 27. Shout out to all the brothers and sisters in the chat. Bless up. All right. Now, this is the example. Now, here come a Greek coming into Jerusalem, who come into Jerusalem and pretending peace did forbear to tell the holy day of the Shabbat. And when taking the Yahudim keeping holy day, he commanded his men to arm themselves. So he knew that we was, certain factions of us, y'all, were non-resistant. And they knew that. And they used that as an opportunity to slay our people. Now look at this. And so he slew all them that were going to the celebrating of the Shabbat. And running through the city with weapons slew great multitudes. But Judah Maccabee, look at this. But Judah Maccabee with 9 others or thereabout withdrew himself into the wilderness and lived in the mountains after the manner of beasts with his company, who fed on herbs continually, lest they should be partakers of the pollution. Hold on. This is a family of priests who have cattle with them. Why couldn't they just kill the cattle or, whatever animal they got when they got hungry and threw it down their throat? Why are they chewing on herbs continually? And what does this mean, partakers of pollution? Remember what we read in Leviticus, y'all. Remember, it's abomination, it's unclean, it's murder, stand in jeopardy of being cut off, and it's offered to devils. You see? So if all these things are not in place, guess what? That lamb and that goat and that ox you eating, y'all, is defiling you. Yeah. And what we showing is they not even going by the laws they claim they follow. 613 laws was surely the peace offering law. You feel me? And eating meats offered to devils is part of that 613 laws. Surely it is. But you're not following that. See, they wasn't going to the grocery store and buying some chicken with, They're buying some chicken and some ground chuck that been dead a few weeks. They wasn't doing none of that. Now you seeing why the Nazarene, the same brothers stayed away from the flesh, because on the reels, they wasn't with it anyway, because we understand that the Creator never changes. But you do have these things in the written scripture. So, all right, well, you got to roll with that then. You got to roll with that. Brother Judah say the reason why, because what? The temple had been defiled the same as today. The reason why this family of priests are not slaying these animals to chew on them while they in the wilderness and they about to do a guerrilla counter strike against the Greeks, the reason they're not chewing on it is because they understand that it's offered to devils if it's not processed and slaughtered correctly. They understood that. So that proves what? That the breakdown that we gave out Leviticus is true. It's true. Because you better believe they wasn't chewing on no swine, or no crab, or no shrimp. So what pollution could they have been a partaker of by slaying some of their cattle in the wilderness, roasting that and chewing on that? Huh? The pollution that they are partakers of is because it ain't a proper kill according, or a lawful kill according to the Torah. All right. I pray everybody understand that thus far. All right. So that's one example right there. You understand? All right. Let's drop that. Let's drop that, and let me show y'all this, because later on Paul tries to explain what meats offered to devils are. All right. Then we're gonna get into some of that Nazarene literature, and then we're gonna take a few questions. Easy work. Easy work. He tries to double back and explain it later. You understand? But to no avail. And his understanding of it does not line up with Torah. Remember the commandment: abstain from meats offered to idols. And so if anybody come and ask you that, what is meats offered to idols? And they can't go show you what we just showed you, then guess what? Then guess what? They shouldn't even be in opposition to what we're saying, because they don't even know what it is. How you know the chicken, the turkey, the beef, the lamb you chewing on ain't offered to a devil or idols? Oh, brother, it don't say on the package where the ingredients are listed, offered to Ashtaroth. Stop being simple. Stop being simple. It ain't gonna say that. The problem is our people don't believe that dead flesh is a sacrifice. It is. It's an offering. It's a sacrifice. And if you're going to claim it's an offering or a sacrifice to who we call the Most High, well, if you're going by flesh laws, those got to be followed, especially the preparation. Me, I don't go by flesh laws because I don't chew on animals. We deal with the higher law. All right? All praises. My ox, Zadok say makes sense. All praises. Yep, that's right, Yeshaya. Think about this, y'all. Why would the sons of Jacob go to Egypt to get crops and they got flocks to eat? Why? If you're supposed to be chewing and killing your flocks, why in the wilderness they begging for quail to eat on? You got flocks. Why, when you supposed to be killing your cattle, why did the Maccabees and them go to the wilderness and eat on herbs continually? And they got flocks. Why would Jacob send his sons down into Egypt, and that's where they ran into Joseph, who they sold into slavery? Why would he send them, because it was a famine in the land, why would he send them into Egypt to get crops to chew on, and he got flocks to slaughter? If you're supposed to be slaughtering your flocks, make it make sense. It don't make sense. All right? All right, now, let me get this real quick, and let's get it. All praise. I'm glad it makes sense, HICKMAN. All praise to the Most High. 1 Corinthians 8. Now, Paul want to go touch on, because remember, he was commanded by James, the top apostle, to abstain from meats offered to idols. Now, let's see if his understanding of that is the same as James, and if it lines up with the Torah, what we just read. Because we see the Maccabees understood it. Let's see if Paul understands it. Now, as touching things offered unto idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifies. And if any man think that he know of anything, he know of nothing yet as he ought to know. But if any man love God, the same is known of him. As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is none other God but one. For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as there be gods many and lords many. Facts. Know who you calling on. Know who you worship in Israel. You understand? I heard a lot of brothers mad at my ox Selah and Cosmo and Calvary brothers telling you, like, look, you're dealing with false gods and don't even know it. Know who you calling on. And if the character of who you calling on don't line up with the Creator's creation, you got to question it. Period, point blank in the story. And look, that's even in the Nazarene literature. But to us there is but one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him. And one Master, Yahshua, by whom are all things, and we by him. Now look at this. Howbeit, there is not in every man that knowledge. For some with conscience of the idol, until this hour, eat it as a thing offered unto an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. So let's deal with this right here. Paul's saying there are people that eat meat that's offered to idols, and they know they eat meat offered to idols. And that makes them have a weak conscience. This is what he's saying. He's saying there's people that know that they're eating meat offered to idols. They know it, right? Now here you go, verse 8. Here his breakdown is. But meat commendeth us not to God. For neither if we eat are we the better, neither if we eat not are we the worse. So now you start seeing Paul actually saying on record that he really don't agree with what he was told to teach. You understand? Even though we all understand flesh and blood won't inherit the kingdom, y'all, diet plays a part of your spiritual progression. Diet plays a large part in that, right? And this is the higher science that the Nazarene Essenes understood. So he come and try to soften the blow and say, you know, meat don't commend us to God. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, for neither if we eat are we the better, neither if we eat not are we the worst. I mean, in a way I do understand, because I don't feel like I'm better than nobody just because I don't eat flesh no more. But look, let's keep reading. But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak. Hold on. What liberty? What freedom? There ain't no freedom. You were commanded to abstain from meats offered to idols. There is no liberty just because you believe in Messiah. You got the right to eat meat offered to idols. He said, but take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak. Who did he just call weak? The brother that know he's eating meat offered to idols. Huh? Now, Paul's going on record saying, look, if you believe in Messiah, you got liberty to eat that meat offered to idols. But be careful, because you don't want to be a stumbling block to them that are weak. Well, that's what's going to happen. The command was abstain from it, not that you have liberty to eat it. Now look at this. For if any man see you, which have knowledge, sit at meat in the idol's temple. Hold on. Shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? Hold on. We got a problem here. What are you doing eating anything in the temple of an idol or a devil? Paul was introducing liberty into the situation, saying whatever James and them talking about, whatever, you actually got freedom to eat that. But be careful, because, you know, the weak may see you. You know what I mean? You got liberty, but be careful. No, you ain't got liberty to eat that. You were told to abstain from it. Huh? You don't want to be known as eating things sacrificed to devils. What we read, you stand in jeopardy of bloodshed, being cut off. You a murderer. It's abomination. There ain't no liberty in that. Stay away from it. All right. So we seeing Paul's understanding is different than the Torah, different than what the Nazarene brothers. All right. So for if any man see you which have knowledge should have meat in the idol's temple, you shouldn't be there anyway. Shall not the conscience or the mind of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? Newsflash, Paul. Hold on. You just said the weak brother is the man that know he's eating flesh offered to idols. He know it. Right here. Verse 7. Howbeit there is not in every man that knowledge, for some with conscience of the idol until this hour eat it as a thing offered unto an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. So he's saying there's people that know that they are eating things offered to idols. They know they're eating it, and they eat it anyway. So These are the weak ones with a weak conscience that are abominable or defiled, right? Now look at this. For if any man see you which have knowledge should it meet in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? He already eat, the weak brother already eating stuff offered to idols. What are you talking about? And through thy knowledge shall the weak brother perish for whom the Messiah died. But when you sin so against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, you sin so against the Messiah. Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh while the world standeth. That's how I make my brother to offend. Well, guess what? It didn't made a whole bunch of brothers offend. And the Nazarene and same brothers in Paul's day were not eating meat. You see that? Paul saying if meat is a stumbling block to any of his brothers, he won't eat it no more as long as the world is standing. But most brothers won't take that understanding or take that challenge. Paul's understanding, Paul came with liberty. He says you got freedom to eat things offered or meats offered to devils. But be careful. But be careful, because you may be a stumbling block to the weak in conscience. How, Paul, when the weak in conscience are those who know they're eating meats offered to idols? Here you come with the knowledge of Messiah and decide to go into an idolatrous temple and eat the king's flesh. But you don't want nobody to catch you doing it. Come on, that's double talk. That don't even make sense. All right? That don't even make sense. So now, I just wanted to show y'all that Paul did not teach what he was commanded to teach. His understanding of meats offered to idols is polar opposite than what the Torah teaches and what James said. Polar opposite. All right. And as you read more, Paul, he started talking more. He started talking crazy. You know what I mean? Calling it a doctrine of devils and everything. A lot of people don't understand the leadership in Messiah already wasn't eating none of it. And the command went out for them not to eat it, not to touch it. All right. All right. Now I'm about to pull up some of this Nazarene Essene literature. All right. If y'all got any questions so far, y'all can shoot them, or y'all can wait till I run through this and then we can get it done. All right. It's up to y'all. I'm all game. All praise. Selah, my brethren.
Yes, my brother. Yes, my brother.
Yeah,
man. You're doing great, King. You're going in right now.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get it done. We're going to get it done.
In right now, yo. This is very interesting because this is one topic that a lot of Israelite camps don't touch on, which is diet. Yeah. It's like they try to run away from it, they try to ignore it, or they try to speak vaguely of it when the topic is brought to them. But you actually going deep within chapter and verse, which is this show is about. It's according to the text as it is written.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we can't put our feelings on it. We can't put our own understanding. We can't lean or add or take away. We got to deal with it as it's written. So what the brothers bringing out is showing and proving that the prophet or the Messiah, Yahshua, was basically telling us to maintain a vegetarian diet. Long story short.
Yes. Yes.
And then you had a CIA agent by the name of Paul who's telling you to divert from that. So we're going to get into that with the Q&A, but I'm going to let you go ahead and finish, King.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Now, we're going to bring out some of this. First book we're going to get into is the Gospel of the Nazarenes. We're going to get into that real quick. Share my screen. Yeah, Mercy. I like that question, Mercy. Can you go over the Messiah feeding the people the bread and fish? Absolutely. That's a question a lot of our people have. A lot of our people had that question. All right, so no problem. All right, share that for me whenever you can. Selah. Hold on, family. All right. Hold on, let me hide this sidebar. All right, let's rock. All right. I have a kind of into prologue or. All right, so we'll be getting into, y'all, it's called the Gospel of the Nazarenes, or what some people call, hold on 1 second. It went over on me. What some people call the Gospel of the Holy 12. All right, and it goes into the origins of it. It's a beautiful read. All right. It's known by many names: Gospel of the Nazarenes, Gospel of the Ebionites, Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of the Holy 12, or the Aramaic Matthew. All that's known to this. All right. Now, what we're gonna do though, if we go to table of contents, I want to show y'all something. All right. We're gonna go to chapter 33 in this, and this is YAHWH HaMashiach, the Messiah, teaching about the shedding of blood. All right. All right. Shedding of blood and how there's no remission of sins in that. All right. Hold on, y'all. Let me send that off real quick. All right. Chapter 33, verse 1. Let me know if y'all can see that. Let me know if that can be seen. All right. Now look at this. Yahshua was teaching his disciples in the outer court of the temple. And one of them said unto him, Master, it is said by the priest that without shedding of blood, there is no remission. Can then the blood offering of the law take away sin? Right? And Yahshua answered, no blood offering, no blood offering, no blood offering of beast or bird or man can take away sin. Well, how can the conscience be purged from sin by the shedding of innocent blood? Nay, it will increase condemnation. So he's saying, like, look, if you believe that something has to die or blood has to be shed for you or anyone to be in good grace with the Creator, you sadly mistaken. You sadly mistaken. He said, no blood offering of beast or bird or man can take away sin. For how can the conscience be purged from sin by the shedding of innocent blood? Nay, it will increase the condemnation. All right. The priest indeed receives such offering as a reconciliation of the worshipers for the trespasses against the law of Moses. Trip off this. But for the sins against the Torah of the Creator, there can be no remission, save by repentance and amendment. So basically, Yahshua is saying, if you want to get in good grace with the Almighty, if you're falling out of good grace with him, then guess what? You got to change your ways and turn away from what you're doing. Every tub sits on its own bottom. You're not going to be able to play the Yahshua card and, you know, his sacrifice every time you decide to go against the Creator. It don't work like that. All right? Yahshua is telling you right here, there is no remission of any sins except for changing your ways and turning away from what you're doing. Is it not written in the prophets? Put your blood sacrifices to your burnt offerings and away with them. And cease ye from the eating of flesh. And cease ye from the eating of flesh. For I spake not to your fathers. For I spake not to your fathers, nor commanded them when I brought them out of Egypt concerning these things. But this thing I commanded, saying. So he's quoting Jeremiah 7. And if you read Jeremiah 7, verse 22, out the Peshitta, which is an older Bible than the KJV, you'll see that the KJV cut half the verse off. Jeremiah 7, 21 and 22, they cut half the verse off. But it's showing you that in the Messiah's day, he understood that Jeremiah 7 was not something that was telling you to go eat flesh. It was saying, look, I didn't command that coming up out of Egypt at all. So you ain't supposed to be chewing on the dead flesh of animals, period. All right? But this thing I commanded, saying, obey my voice and walk in the ways that I have commanded you. And you shall be my people, and it shall be well with you. But you hearken not, nor incline the ear. Now look at this. And what doth the eternal or the Creator command you but to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your Creator? Is it not written that in the beginning the Most High ordained the fruits? The Most High ordained the fruits of the trees and the seeds and the herbs to be food for all flesh? He like, look, this is how you supposed to be eating. You're not supposed to be chewing on animals. You're not supposed to be chewing on loin meat, tenderloin. No. He say, look, it's ordained that the fruits and the trees and the seeds and the herbs, that's food for all flesh. That's food for all flesh. You see that? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Somebody got a problem, huh? Now watch this. Watch this. Now look at this. But they have made the house of prayer a den of thieves. And for the pure oblation, with incense, they have polluted my altars with blood and eaten of the flesh of the slain. But I say unto you, Shed no innocent blood, nor eat ye flesh. Walk uprightly, love mercy, and do justly. Your days shall be long in the land. The corn that groweth from the earth with the other grain, is it not transmuted by the Spirit into my flesh? Yahshua is comparing his flesh to herbs or to crops that grow, to the bread, the grain, the grapes of the vineyard with the other fruits. Are they not transmuted by the Spirit into my blood? Let these with your bodies, let the fruits and the herbs, let these with your bodies and souls be your memorial to the Creator, to the Eternal. In these is the presence of the Most High manifest as the substance and as the life of the world. Of these shall you eat and drink for the remission of sins and for eternal life. To all who obey my words. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, we gonna explain that. No time to entertain. Absolutely, because you do got that written in your Bible. But see, what we showing is Jeremiah doesn't agree with what's written in Exodus, and that ain't the only time. It's like you'll see that the prophets a lot of the times have a problem with what the priests are doing. Yeah. So yeah, you gonna read in Exodus 12. Matter of fact, you're gonna read in Exodus 12 when you get around verse 9 how you supposed to be frying and roasting that lamb with the purtenance thereof and eating it all, y'all, brother. Purtenance is organs. Yeah, that's kidney and that's chitlins, huh? Lamb guts and yeah. So it does say that, but what we have is other spots that say opposite. So the Bible itself is saying that Exodus 12 is problematic. Wait. All right, so that was my bad. That was Gospel of the Holy 12 or the Gospel of the Nazarene, chapter 33, verse 1 through, what is that? 1 through 10. Let's drop that. Let's go to another. Let's drop them and give y'all another one, right? We're going to go to chapter 38. All right. Yahshua condemneth the ill treatment of animals. All right. Now watch this. And some of his disciples came and told him of a certain Egyptian, the son of Belial, who taught that it was lawful to torment animals if their sufferings brought any profit to men. And Yahshua said unto them, verily I say unto you, they who partake of benefits which are gotten by wronging one of the Creator's creatures cannot be righteous. Look at that. He say, look, if you benefiting at all by wronging one of the Creator's creatures, you can't be righteous. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, Hebrew 144. Plenty of contradictions in the written text. Plenty. Plenty. And look at this. Verily I say unto you, they who partake of benefits which are gotten by wronging one of the Creator's creatures cannot be righteous, nor can they touch holy things. He's saying, man, look, if you dealing with that flesh, you can't be righteous. You ain't dealing with holy things or teach the mysteries of the kingdom. Or teach the mysteries of the kingdom, whose hands are stained with blood, or whose mouths are defiled with flesh. Ooh-wee. 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 I see why Israel mad. Because he just said it. Huh? You can't be righteous. You can't touch holy things, and you ain't got damn business teaching. Nothing about the kingdom of God or the kingdom of heaven, however you want to call it. Look at that. You got, look, he said, if your hands are stained with blood and your mouth is defiled with animal flesh or flesh, period, you have no business teaching the mysteries of the kingdom. You have no business touching holy things, and you can't be righteous. As it is written, not my words. Not my words. The Creator giveth the grains and the fruits of the earth for food, and for righteous man. And for a righteous man, truly, there is no other lawful sustenance for the body. Did y'all hear this? Did y'all hear this? The robber who breaketh into the house made by man is guilty. But they who break into the house made by the Creator, meaning your body, even of the least of these are the greater sinners. Wherefore I say unto all who desire to be my disciples, keep your hands from bloodshed, and let no flesh meat enter your mouths. For the Most High is just and bountiful, who ordaineth that man shall live by the fruits and seeds of the earth alone. Ooh-wee. 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 We got a problem here. Hey, he put it on the line with that one. He put that on the line. Say, man, look, whoever hands are stained with blood and mouth defiled with flesh, they are not righteous. They can't touch holy things. And guess what? They have no business teaching mysteries of the kingdom. You see that? They have no business. All right, drop that. We're going to go to Yahshua, HaMashiach, in the Gospel of the Nazarenes, teaching about the higher law. All right. And this was when Transfiguration, Moshe, Eliyahu appeared to him. All right. Now look at this. Look at this. A lot of Israelites are mad at your brother, but it's all good, man. Ain't nothing but love. You dig? If we see it, and we know that Israel is sick. You understand? We understand this. We understand this. Now watch this. We're going to jump down to verse 7. And Yahshua said unto them, behold, a new Torah, or a new law I give unto you, which is not new, but old. Even as Moshe gave the 10 commandments to Israel after the flesh, so also I give unto you the 12 for the kingdom of Israel after the Spirit. For who are Israel? For who are the Israel of the Most High? Even they of every nation and tribe who work righteousness, love mercy, and keep my commandments. These are the true Israel of the Most High. And standing upon his feet, Yahshua spake, saying, Hear, O Israel, YAHWH, Yahweh, thy creator is one. Many are my sirs and my prophets. In me all live and move and have substance. All right. Commandment 1. You shall not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure, nor for your profit, nor yet torment it. Y'all hear this? First, Yahshua established the universal oneness of the Creator. Right? And then he go right into it and let it be known. You ain't supposed to take away the life of any creature. Any. Right? For your pleasure, nor for your profit. That means all the slaughterhouses are in violation. See that? All of them in violation. Nor yet tormented. If you ever look at a live slaughter, a live kill in the slaughterhouse, all these animals are being tormented. Clear violation. All right? Verse 11, you should not steal the goods of any, nor gather lands and riches to yourselves. Right, because we live what? Communally. It's ain't about you heaping up everything. Hold on, y'all. Right here. Beyond your need or use, meaning don't be hoarding up nothing. That's not the spirit of the Creator. You're not supposed to be hoarding nothing. All right? You should not eat the flesh, nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. Nor yet anything which bringeth disorder to your health or senses. He's telling you to be responsible with your health. You understand? The Nazarene is seen faith this way. It's all about you being responsible, dealing with your health. You not to eat any flesh, nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. Now, what we just went over in Leviticus is for those who want to go by the flesh laws, and we just showed that to show y'all not even going by that correct. But for us who don't even go by the flesh laws, this is what we follow right here. Right? We ain't bringing no flesh to no altar, to no priest, to dissect no animal, to eat no animal sandwich and loin meat. We ain't doing none of that. You should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. nor yet anything which bringeth disorder to your health or senses. So this is all about health too. All right. You should not make impure marriages. Y'all listen to that. You should not make impure marriages where love and health are not. You mean to tell me your marriage is not supposed to only be based on love, it also supposed to be based on health, physical, spiritual, and mental health. Huh? Health is a big part of your spiritual progression. Yes. Health plays a big part in your spiritual body. Yes. And you ain't even supposed to marry nowhere where there ain't love and health. Yes. I know loin meat. That sound crazy, don't it? But you're eating tenderloin. It's crazy, man. All right. You should not bear false witness against any, nor willfully deceive any by a lie to hurt them. You should not do unto others. You shall not do unto others as you would not that others should do unto you. You should worship the one eternal creator, the Father/Mother in heaven, meaning it's balanced with the Most High. All right. It's balance. The women are not cave women over here. Balance. All right. Of whom are all things and reverence the holy name. You shall revere your fathers and your mothers on earth, whose cares for you, and all the teachers of righteousness. You shall cherish and protect the weak, and those who are oppressed, and all creatures that suffer wrong. Yeah. You shall work with your hands the things that are good and seemly, so shall you eat the fruits of the earth and live long in the land. You shall purify yourselves daily. Look at this. Purity of the body is a daily thing, y'all. Drinking the bitters, cleansing out. Shout out to all my herbalist brothers and sisters out there. Shout out to my Selah, Shalom. Y'all gonna get with my brother Bittersweet Herbals. Shout out to my YAH'KI in the building. All praises. Get with our brother. A lot of these brothers, man, studied them under Dr. Sebi or one of his wives and learned this understanding, man, and bringing it out to Israel. All right. But this thing is about health. This thing is about purity. Purify. That's a daily thing. You should purify yourself daily and rest the seventh day from labor, keeping holy the Shabbat and the festival of your Creator. You should do unto others as you would that others should do unto you. And when the disciples heard these words, they smote upon their breasts, saying, wherein we have offended, O Creator, forgive us, and may our wisdom, love, and truth within us incline our hearts to love and keep this holy law. Oh, wait. All right. Now, there's plenty more to that, but we ain't done. So let me go to the next one. Y'all please forgive your brother. That's 8. All right. Let me go back to the table of contents. We got a few more of these. All right. That's it right there. I think this shit right here. They about to ask him about this flesh. I trip off this. All right, we in chapter 50, chapter 51. We're gonna start at we're gonna start at verse 11. All right. Then answered the Yahudim and said to him, say we not well that thou art a Samaritan and have a demon. So they was accusing the Messiah of being possessed by a devil or devils. Yahshua answered, I have not a demon, but I honor the holy, the creator, and you do dishonor me. And I seek not mine own glory, but the glory of the Most High. There is one who judges. And certain of the elders and scribes from the temple came unto him, saying, why do your disciples teach men that it is unlawful, to eat the flesh of beasts, though they be offered in sacrifice as by Moses ordained? So they're asking, you know what I mean, the Messiah, why your students teach it's unlawful, it's against Torah to eat flesh. Moses said we could, right? Moses said we could. And that's what you hear a lot from Israelites. All right, so Moses said we can eat. It's dietary law. It's clean flesh, right? But Messiah's disciples were teaching later for that. What y'all got written down is unlawful. That's against the Creator. For something to be unlawful, you're saying it's against the Creator. It's against Torah. Even though Torah got it written, you can. Now look at the understanding. Look at the understanding. Why do your disciples teach men that it is unlawful to eat the flesh of beasts, though they be offered and sacrificed as by Moses ordained? For it is written, God said to Noah, the fear and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the field and every bird of the air and every fish of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Y'all, that's to protect them and keep them alive, not to chew on them. Anyway, watch this. Verse 14 up top. And Yahshua said unto them, hold on. And Yahshua said unto them, you hypocrites, well did Isaiah speak of you and your forefathers, saying this people draw near unto me with their mouths and honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. For in vain do they worship me, teaching and believing and teaching for divine doctrines, the commandments of men in my name, but to satisfy their own lust. In other words, when Israelites go to Noah and when Israelites go to Moses and say, we can eat meat, look, Yahshua say that's just to satisfy their own lust. Y'all hypocrites. How dare you go to Noah and how dare you go to Moses, but you don't go all the way back to the beginning where this high vibrational frequency diet or living was given. That's why you hypocritical. You'll go talk about Moses and you'll go talk about Noah, but don't go talk about Adam and what he was eating. As also Jeremiah bear witness when he saith concerning blood offerings and sacrifices. I, the Creator, commanded none of these things in the day that you came out of Egypt. There we go again. But only this I commanded you, to do righteousness, walk in the ancient paths, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your Creator. But you did not hearken to me, who in the beginning gave you all manner of seed and fruit of the trees, and seed having been for the food and healing of man and beast. And they said, thou speakest against the Torah. Ooh, wee! Oh, wait, because that's what they accusing me of doing to this day. You anti-Torah, Mali. You anti-Torah, Maccabee. But guess what? They said the same thing to Yahshua and his disciples. Think about it, y'all. They was always trying to stone him. According to YHWH's, he did die through stoning. But even in the biblical narrative, before he was crucified, it was several times they were trying to stone him. Why? Because he taught the same thing they taught. Or were they accusing him of breaking Torah? And they said, thou speakest against the Torah. I get accused of that to this day. And he said, now look at this. Now this is your response. This is how you respond to anybody claiming that you speak against Torah. And he said, against Moshe, indeed, I do not speak nor against the Torah, but against them who corrupted his Torah. But against them who corrupted his Torah. Huh? Yahshua and the disciples knew the written Torah in their day was problematic. That's why he was given a different rendering, a different judgment. Huh? Look at this. He said, I don't speak against Moshe. I don't even speak against the Torah. I speak against those who corrupted it. So now, Israel, you got to ask yourself, is there corruption? Is there contradiction? Huh? Are there conflicts in the Bible? Does this passage conflict with this passage? Yes, there is. And that's just the truth. And look, we ain't even got to go into the Nazarene Gospels and show you that. We can swim right on over there in the Bible you used to and show it to you. And show it right to you. Huh? He said, I don't speak against Moses nor the Torah. I'm speaking against them who corrupted his law. Now, how can somebody corrupt what Moses wrote down? Write something against it. Write something else. Oh, if you're dealing with writers, guess who you're dealing with? Scribes, translators. That's who you're dealing with. That's who you're dealing with. I speak against them who corrupted his Torah, which he permitted for the hardness of your hearts. But behold, a greater than Moshe is here. And they were wrath and took up stones. There go to stoning. Why is it far-fetched to believe he was stoned? Look at that. And took up stones to cast at them. And Yahshua passed through their midst and was hidden from their violence. Oh, wait. All right, I got one more in this, and then we're going to jump. All right. We're going to jump over to the Nazarene Acts. Got a few I want to show y'all in there, and a quick few in the Essene Gospel, and then we're going to open it up. Easy work. All right, now let's go on over. Hold on, tripping. All right, go on over. Hold on, right here. All right, it's a chapter here called "What Is Truth." I highly suggest every brother and sister read that when they get a chance. Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. All right, so this right here is after the resurrection, right? All right, and he's given the order of the kingdom. All right, so yes, the order of the kingdom, or you know what I mean, or your spiritual progression has to do with your diet. It has to do with your diet. All right. All right, now watch this. Ooh, wait. That's right, Jeremiah 8:8. Everybody knows that. Yeah, the scribes. Everybody know that. Yeah, about the fish. Yep. We'll address that. Either the fish, either the sushi, the raw sushi they ate in the wilderness with biscuits in the desert. And we can address the two different resurrection accounts and him appearing at the Sea of Galilee and one eating fish and one in Jerusalem. The problem is you can't be both places at the same time. Well, maybe he could, but the disciples couldn't. The Sea of Galilee is 75 miles north of Jerusalem. It's a 4-day journey on foot, 8 days round trip. So for them to meet him at the Sea of Galilee, if they start walking from the day he was crucified, they would have missed him by 1 day. He gave them over 4 witnesses, meet me in Galilee when I resurrect. Huh? But Luke 24 got them in Jerusalem, and guess what? They don't leave until they receive the fiery tongues in Acts the 2nd chapter. So you can't have Jerusalem fish and the Sea of Galilee fish. That's just a quick spiel on that. You know what I mean? You got to question both stories. And trip off this. There ain't on record one time in the Bible where Yahshua is eating flesh while he's living. You mean to tell me this man waited till after he resurrected to chew on some animals? That don't even make sense. Don't even make sense. But we definitely can deal with it. All right, now I'm going to jump down. This is chapter 91. We're going to jump down. All right. And they asking about circumcision and all that. All right. At the bottom, they asking about those coming to eat flesh. All right. All right, 91 and 8. I says, and again he said, if there come to us any that eat flesh and drink strong drink, shall we receive them? And Yahshua said unto them, let such abide in the outer court till they cleanse themselves from these grosser evils. He calling that flesh eating, y'all, a gross evil. And he said, you got to abide in the outer court. Well, according to the breakdown of the temple, the outer court is where non-believers are at. He said, you got to remain in the outer court until you cleanse yourselves of these grosser evils. For till they perceive and repent of these, they are not fit. They are not fit. They are not fit to receive the higher mysteries. That's the second time in this gospel he talk about that. Those whose hands are stained with blood and mouth are defiled with flesh can't be righteous, can't touch holy things, and can't know or teach the mysteries of the kingdom. And Messiah saying that after resurrection, they got to cleanse themselves of them gross evils. So they repent, they are not fit of the higher mysteries. And I know, but, look, that ain't my fault, y'all. I didn't write none of this. I didn't write none of this. All right? So that's that right there is the Nazarene Gospels right there. Or the Gospel of the Holy 12, Gospel of the Nazarenes. Good read. Go ahead and get that when y'all get a chance. Next we're going to go to is the Nazarene Acts or the Clementine Homilies. We're going to deal with Peter. Peter was a very powerful disciple and apostle. This right here is his journal. Or this right here is his battles documented by his understudy Clement. All right. So we're going to go to Homilies 7 for y'all that got the Homilies or the Nazarene Acts. Homilies 7. All right. We're going to read. We're going to read 3 and 4. Homily. We're going to read chapters 3, chapter 4, and then we're going to read chapter 7 and 8. They're real short. All right. Let me show y'all some of this. All right. Now, Peter is banging with this cat named Simon Magus. All right. And right here, Peter is saying there's a reason why dude got power over y'all. You dig? And he's going into how before he got full power and possessed and brought diseases into y'all body, you dig? He threw a feast. He sacrificed an animal. He sacrificed some flesh. You know what I mean? Now, watch this. All right. Now, watch this. It says, the reason of Simon's power. All right, let me go over here so y'all can see what's going on. And there's a remedy. So they all was sick and they need healing. So Kepha or Peter, right? First century journal right here. Peter is going to give them a remedy on how to heal. Shout out to all the healers out here. Ain't good enough to just talk to somebody and say, you know, you sick. He actually gave a remedy, gave you a way to fix your sickness. All right. Now watch this. It says right here. Now I have been told that after he had sacrificed an ox, look at that he is Peter's enemy. This man named Simon Magus. Simon Magus got authority and power over the people. You dig? And what he did first was he performed a sacrifice. Now that after he had sacrificed an ox, he feasted you in the middle of the forum. And that you being carried away with much wine made friends with not only the evil demons, but their prince also. And that in this way, the most of you were seized by these sicknesses. Look at this. Unwittingly drawing upon yourselves with your own hands the sword of destruction. So he's saying like the sickness, but majority of the sicknesses that plague the body, y'all, are foodborne. So Peter is saying right here that the sickness that you got dealing with old boy who sacrificed that ox over there, that sickness you have in your body, you pulled that on you with your own hands. You pulled that on you with your own hands. For the demons would never have had power over you had not you first supped with their prince. Wow. Diet. You ain't supposed to just be eating whatever gets thrown in front of you. Paul said that too. Don't ask no questions for conscience sake. Eat whatever. Don't ask no questions. Shut up. Don't critically think. Don't question nothing. Nah, that ain't the creator. You understand? The creator don't want you ignorant out here. So Peter's saying, look, no demon, no unclean spirit can have any power over you unless you eat with them first. Table fellowship. Diet is very important. Very important. You ain't understanding. You straight feasting with demons. Devils. Abstain from meats offered to devils. For thus from the beginning was a law laid by the creator of all things on each of the two princes, him on the right hand and him on the left. Meaning there are righteous angels and wicked angels, that neither should have power over anyone whom they might wish to benefit or to hurt, unless first he had sat down at the same table with them. So he was like, look, the adversary don't have no power over you. You got to eat with them first. You got to agree to let them in first. That's why eating is so spiritual. Even those that believe in the Most High. When we get together, you understand, we got to understand that it ain't just us in the flesh that's there. All right? Now look at this. So it says right here, that neither should have power over anyone whom they wish to benefit or to hurt unless first had sat down at the same table with them. As then when you partook of meat offered to idols. See, Peter knew what meat offered to idols was. Did Paul though? As then when you partook of meat offered to, Paul said, eat whatever it's sold in the shambles. Peter like, look, the reason these diseases is up in y'all because y'all eating that flesh. That boy Simon Magus threw a feast. He sacrificed an ox, and when you sat down and ate with him, you was eating with the spirits that had control over him. And through that, it brought sickness and disease. You see that? As then, when you partook of meat offered to idols, you became servants to the prince of evil. In like manner, if you cease from these things and flee for refuge to Creator through the good prince of his right hand, honoring him without sacrifices, by doing whatsoever he wills, know of a truth that not only will your bodies be healed, look at this, but your souls also will become healthy. Yes, diet right now affects your spirit and soul right now and after when you cross over. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. See, and this brother 2,000 years ago understood this. Again, y'all, this is Peter. This didn't make it into your Bible, but this is Peter, 1st century, or Kepha, Hebrew name Kepha, 1st century. Letting it be known that no unclean spirit will have any type of authority over you unless you first sat down and ate with him. You see that? Now watch this. Now watch this. It says, for he only destroying with his left hand can quicken with his right. He only can both smite and raise the fallen. The golden rule. Watch this. Wherefore, as then you were deceived by the forerunner Simon, and so became dead in your souls to the Creator, and were smitten in your bodies. So now if you repent, as I said, and submit to those things which are well-pleasing to the Creator, you may get new strength to your bodies. Look at that. And recover your souls. What? Health. Why we keep running health? Why we keep running health if health don't mean nothing? If health don't affect your soul and spirit, why is this brother 2,000 years ago talking about this? The Nazarene and the Essene brothers had the light in the 24th arc cycle. Those that read the OWASP know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? They had the light. And so they wasn't with the apostate Yahudim. They wasn't with what was going on in the temple. They wasn't with the bloodshed in the flesh. They wasn't with none of that. They wasn't with none of that because they understood table fellowship and how demons or unclean spirits get power over you. Y'all believe it or not, through your food. Through your food. That's why it's dangerous to be chewing on animals. It's dangerous. Dangerous. All right, now watch this. It says right here. Bang. And the things which are well pleasing to the Creator are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils. These are the things that please the Creator. To abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. You mean to tell me this is what pleases the Creator? Dietary law. Yeah, y'all, we need to put an emphasis on that. Y'all, it's like the first law. Yeah. Purify thyself. These brothers was bathing daily and everything, man. I know what it says. And the things which are well pleasing to the Creator are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. Not to taste dead flesh. Not to touch blood, to be washed from all pollution. And the rest in one word is the God-fearing Yahudim have heard. Hold on. Do ye also, and be of one mind in many, bodies. Let each man be minded to do to his neighbor those good things he wishes for himself. You may all find out what is good by holding some such conversation as the following with yourselves. You would not like to be murdered. Do not murder. Do not murder another man. Read that again. You would not like to be murdered. Do not murder another man. You would not like your wife to be seduced by another. Do not you commit adultery. You would not like any of your things to be stolen from you. Steal nothing from another. And so understanding by yourselves what is reasonable and doing it, you will become dear to the Most High and will obtain healing. Otherwise, in the life which now is your bodies, will be tormented. And in that which is to come, your souls will be punished. So he's letting you know right here, y'all, that you understand that the flesh meat and all that is highly problematic, and that health directly affects your soul and spirit and physical body. All right. If y'all understand that so far, give me a 8 up in the chat. Y'all know we ain't trying to lose nobody. Bless up. All right. Bless up. All right. Now, I'm about to go show y'all something dealing with. Let's go see how Peter ate himself. All right. How did he eat? I hear you talking, brother, but how did this brother eat? All right. Well, let's go down into it. All right. Let me type up here. He gonna tell you what he eat. That shows you y'all Paul was out here doing his own thing. Because these brothers all understood what flesh offered to idols is. You know what I mean? And we should all understand the same thing. You dig? All right, now watch this. Hold on. Now watch this. Let's go see how Peter got down to 8. All right. Brother, you ain't got no proof. Everybody didn't keep the Passover the same. I can even show y'all that. Nazarene, the same brothers didn't chew on flesh. They didn't keep Passover the way everybody else kept Passover. All right. All right, let me show y'all this. Let me show you how Peter gets down to eat. All right. Right here. Right here. Yeah, it's always some type of delay. All right. Hold on, y'all. You gotta load up for me. All right, here you go. And let's eat. Let's eat. Abundant blessings to all y'all in the chat. Bless up. Cal P in the building. What up? Peace to the God, man. All praises. All right. Peter's frugality. All right. Then Peter, hearing, smiled and said, what think you then, O Clement? Do you think that you are placed by very necessity in position of my servant? For who else? Hold on. For who else shall take care of those many splendid tunics with all my changes of rings and sandals? So Peter, like, because Clement, like, look, I want to follow you wherever you go, man. You a powerful brother. I want to be your servant, basically. You dig? And Peter, like, how you gonna serve me? Like, how you gonna take care of me? Why? Because I have need to take care of all my splendid garments with all my changes of rings and sandals. And who shall make ready those pleasant and artistic dainties, which being so various need many skillful cooks, and all those things which are procured with great eagerness, and are prepared for the appetite of effeminate men, and for some great wild beast? However, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life, that I use only bread and olives, and rarely potted herbs. Look at this. Peter is telling you how he eats. Look at this. He letting you know, man, I'm a plain man. He, in other words, he telling Clement, I don't even have need of you to be my servant. How you gonna serve me? You think I got the finest women throwing you think I got $5 whores throwing grapes down my throat every day? How you gonna serve me? You think I got a wardrobe of garments and fancy rings and clothes? Look what Peter say. He said, however, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life, that I use only bread and olives. This man eat olives and bread every day, and rarely potted herbs. Huh? That I use only, and rarely potted herbs, I read that, and that this is my only coat and cloak which I wear, and I have no need of any of them, nor of anything else, for even in these I abound. Look at that. You know what I mean? Look at that. He letting you know, man, I don't even need all that. Cool. Good. I don't even need a servant, which makes sense because brothers is against all that slavery and bondage. But Peter, the disciple, yes, was plant-based. And that means Yahshua was plant-based. And that means James and them was plant-based. Huh? Paul didn't like what the brothers was doing. So when he started talking about in the last days, people going to depart from the faith, y'all, he talking about the Nazarenes, because They the ones that had the authority, and they were the ones who told Paul, teach plant-based. Don't go out there teaching it's okay to be chewing on animals. Paul decided to go do his own thing. So when Paul say when they come preaching another Christ or preaching another Messiah or another Yahshua, count them damned, he talking about the disciples. Because his authority or his apostleship was being questioned. Because he was teaching opposite of what was coming out of Jerusalem. All right? Yeah. They already was eating. They already wasn't eating flesh. See that? So he's not prophesying like Malachi Maccabee 2,000 years from now is going to come with a doctrine and say you ain't supposed to eat flesh. That nigga served the devil. No, y'all, what you don't know is he was already commanded to tell them to stop eating flesh. And he decided to teach something else. And then he started being questioned by those who he was teaching. So then he started saying stuff like, ain't I an apostle? Huh? Haven't I seen Messiah? Huh? My question to those that examine me is this. Huh? Got into it with Barnabas, got into it with Peter, got into it with James. You're highly problematic. Talk about those who into spiritual communion. That's the Essenes and Nazarenes. Talking about those that talk to angels. That's the Essenes and Nazarenes we talking about. What about when he talk about those with the long hair? Well, a razor never touched James and Yahshua's head. They were lifelong Nazarites. Who Paul really talking about? And he say those that eat herbs are weak. Those that eat the veggies and the herbs are weak and conscious. But now you got to call the Creator weak, and you got to call Adam weak, and you got to call all those who subscribe to that weak. So who is Paul really talking about if the leadership in Jerusalem have spiritual communion, don't eat flesh, and a razor never touched their head? Who was making enough noise that Paul had to address them? It had to be the Nazarene leadership in Jerusalem. You see that? Paul was speaking against leadership that was already in authority. That's what our people not seeing. And y'all done took the words of Paul, who claimed that he's related to the Herods, who has Roman citizenship. You done took the words of Paul over the Messiah and the disciples. You see that? Paul was speaking about the brothers who already put him in check and was coming behind him correcting his teaching. See that? That's just what it is right there. So if you understand that Yahshua's movement from him on down to his disciples, y'all, all that was a plant-based movement. If you understand that, give me a 4 up in the chat. Bless up. All right? So the things pleasing to the Most High is not to be chewing on animal flesh. I know that's hard for a lot of brothers to swallow, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And on top of that, y'all, think about it. A lot of Israelites are suffering from all type of worms and all type of high blood pressure. There's all type of stuff. Diabetes. There's all type of stuff that affects the nation. All right. Last but least, we're going to get into this, and we're going to open it up for questions. All praise to the Creator. All right. We're going to get into this. All right. The Essene, the story of the Essene Gospel of Peace. You know, I heard this when I came out with this last year. Edmund Deuel. Oh, that's a white man. He wrote the book. Oh, the same thing my brothers heard with the YHWH'S. Same thing. I heard the same thing last year. So then I put this up on the screen. Huh? Look, we are so dull in judgment as a people, y'all. We don't know the difference between a translator and an author, an editor and an author. You know what I mean? Look at this. Edmund Deuel did not write the Essene literature. You dig? He did not write it. He translated it. All right? That's just the truth, man. A lot of people don't want to deal with it. Now look at this. Look what it was originally in. The Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 1, the original Hebrew and Aramaic text. Huh? Translated and edited by Edmund Deuel. So now we can take off the table that this man wrote anything. He wrote a book, but it's not this. You see? And make sure y'all tune in to Honor and Humility on Friday, y'all. We got our brother, we got the God Cal P and Benadad Ben Yehuda coming on, talking about the authorship of the Torah versus the authorship of the WASP. It should be very good. But right here is showing you the authorship or the translation and the editing of the Essene Gospel of Peace. Edmund Boadu Sazeki did not write the Essene literature. You know how many Israelites been running around here saying that? No, he did not. All right. No, they did not. All right. Now, this literature starts off with the sick coming to Yahshua. Look at this. All right. But we're going to jump down to page. Hold on. We're going to jump down to page 3. That's where we're going first. All right. And show some science behind it. Now, remember, this is supposedly being done 2,000 years ago. All right. So trip off the science and the understanding of the body. That's right. Build upon the chief cornerstone. That's right. Now watch this. All right. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, yeah, we got to go here first. All right, so here go Messiah. Now, in the Essene literature, Yahshua teaches you how to heal yourself. It ain't even spooky. It's tapping into the forces of nature or the forces of creation, whether it's water, whether it's soil, whether it's air, whether it's the sun. All right. He taught in this literature, he teaches you how to be proactive in healing yourself, because you're really supposed to be your own doctor. You're really supposed to be your own doctor. You know what I mean? Now, watch this. And we're going to jump around in this a little bit. Then we're going to open it up for questions, y'all. All right. Well, I tell you truly, evils and dangers innumerable lie in wait for the sons of men. Beelzebub, the prince of all devils, the source of every evil, lies in wait in the body of all the sons of men. This thing got to do, this is inside of you. You thinking all this, you know, the devil with red pantyhose on, a pitchfork, smoking a joint in hell. No. This ain't got nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with what's going on with inside your body. You see this? Beelzebub, the prince of all devils, the source of every evil, lies in wait in the body of all the sons of men. He is deaf, the lord of every plague, and taking upon him a pleasing raiment, he tempts and entices the sons of men. Riches does he promise, and power, and splendid palaces, and garments of gold and silver, and a multitude of servants. All these he promises renown and glory, fornication and lustfulness, gluttony and wine bibbing, riotous living and slothfulness and idle days. And he entices everyone by that to which their heart is most inclined. And in the day that the sons of men have already become the slaves of all these vanities and abominations, then in payment thereof, he snatches from the sons of men all those things which the earthly mother gave them so abundantly. The earthly mother, you ever heard of Mother Nature or the forces of creation? That's what this is going into. Heavenly Father, spiritually speaking, and the earth, physically speaking, is your mother. Right? And the earth is alive. It is a force. There are healing properties dealing with creation. All right. All those things which the earthly mother gave so abundantly, he takes from them their breath, their blood, their bone, their flesh, their bowels, their eyes and their ears. And the breath of the Son of Man becomes short and stifled, full of pain and evil smelling, like the breath of unclean beasts. And his blood becomes thick and evil smelling. Look at this. Y'all, chewing on flesh poisons your blood. It's more than just the flesh, but we focusing on the flesh right now. All right? Poisons your blood. They talk about your breath stank and all type of, you understand? Y'all remember the movie Who Made the Potato Salad? Boy said, boy, you need to brush your teeth. It smelled like a naked demon that jumped down your throat. But anyway, and his blood becomes thick. That's a fact. You understand? Your blood turns into gunk and it becomes poisonous and it slows down. And now your blood clotting. And now guess what? Now you got to get on what? Now you got to get on blood thinners, Coumadin. But if you're on blood thinners, then you can't cut yourself, you'll bleed out. All because you're chewing on the wrong things. You chewing on flesh, but flesh thickens your blood and poisons your blood. My question to anybody that think that this text ain't valid, how would this be known 2,000 years ago? And you're just now measuring the alkalinity of blood, the pH level of the body. You just now being able to do that. Think about it. You see that? How is it known 2,000 years ago in the Nazarene and the Essene literature that chewing or the wrong diet poisons your blood, thickens your blood? And if your blood becomes thick, y'all, it's going to clot. And if it clot, guess what? You got to get on blood thinners. See, all we got to do is examine the sickness. The sickness itself proves that dietary law of clean animals chewing is not from the Creator. Because you wouldn't be getting sick from it. Your blood wouldn't be clotted. You see that? And his blood becomes thick and evil smelling. Look at this. Like the breath of unclean beast, and his blood becomes thick and evil smelling, like the water of the swamps. It clots and blackens. How is this known 2,000 years ago about blood clots? About your blood turning black? You see this? And they just not really finding this out, y'all. Like the night of death, and his bone becomes hard and knotted. There go your arthritis. There go your arthritis. Huh? There go your gout of the joints. Look at that. Man, this is talking about clotting of the blood, poisoning of the blood, y'all, and arthritis. A problem with your bones. You see this? Look at this. It says, and his bone becomes hard, knotted. It melts away within and breaks asunder as a stone falling down upon a rock. And his flesh waxes fat and watery. The dropsies. Huh? Now you got the dropsies. And his flesh waxes fat and watery. It rots and putrefies. Y'all know about putrefying flesh? Rotting, decaying flesh that produces maggots. Y'all see this? Putrefies with scabs and boils that are an abomination. Now look at this. Watch this. Watch this. I bet we all can relate. Watch this. And his bowels become full with abominable filthiness, with oozing streams of decay. I think we all know what an oozing stream of decay is that come forth from your bowels. Huh? That boy got the runs, huh? Wow. Huh? Oozing streams of decay. And multiple of abominable worms have their habitation there. Gut filled with worms. You start taking them detoxes and all that, cleaning your blood and all that, your stool gonna be filled with worms. And you're gonna be like, dang, I ain't know all that was in me. As we keep reading, we about to show y'all. We about to show y'all what those demons really are, physically speaking. You see that? Look at this. It says right here, and his eyes grow dim till dark night enshrouds them, and his ears become stopped like the silence of the graves. And last of all, the erring son of man lose life, for he kept not the laws of his mother, meaning you didn't keep the laws of the Creator that was right in front of you in creation. Nature. You don't even need no book to follow the Creator. All you got to do is study his creation. That's all you got to do. And you understand how to be in harmony with him. All right? And added sin to sin. Therefore, I taken from him all the gifts of the earthly mother, breath, blood, bone, flesh, bowels, eyes, and ears. And after all else, life, with which the earthly mother crowned his body. Yeah, even your body come out the earth, don't it? Look at this. Hold on. Now watch this. It says right here, but if the erring son of man be sorry for his sins and undo them and return again to his earthly mother, and if he do his earthly mother's laws and free himself from Satan's clutches, resisting his temptation, then does the earthly mother receive again her erring son with love and sends him her angels that they may serve him. I tell you truly, when the Son of Man resists the Satan that dwells in him, Satan dwells in you, huh? It has to do with ego, self. I see this. That's right, King Kong Buddha. I see that happen to people who get on dialysis. They flesh start decaying on them while alive to the point they have to get limbs cut off. Exactly. And true about this, y'all. We bring all that on ourselves. But it can be reversed. That's the beautiful thing about the Creator. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You can be healed from anything. You can be healed from anything. There ain't nothing in this earth that can't get on its good foot and get gone. You have to introduce the body to the right atmosphere, right? Now watch this. It says right here, bing, bing, bing. It says, but if the erring son of man be sorry for his sins and undo them and return again to the earthly mother, and if he do his earthly mother's laws and free himself from Satan's clutches, resisting his temptation, then does the earthly mother receive again her erring son with love and sends him her angels that they may serve him. I tell you truly, when the Son of Man resists the Satan that dwells in him and does not his will, in the same hour are found the mother's angels there, that they may serve him with all their power and free utterly the Son of Man from the power of Satan. And again, y'all, this earthly mother is not, the creator, in the heavens. It's a more of a metaphor and a parable about the forces of nature, Mother Nature. All right. But no man can serve two masters, for either he serves Beelzebub and his devils, or else he serves our earthly mother and our angels. Either he serves death or he serves life. I tell you truly, happy are those that do the laws of life and wander not upon the paths of death. For in them the forces of life will act strong, and they escape the plagues of death. And all those round about him listened to his words with amazement, for his word was with power, and he taught quite otherwise than the priests and the scribes. Ooh, wait, let me jump down. Somebody finna get mad. Hold on. Now watch this. And Yahshua himself sat down in their midst and said, I tell you truly, none can be happy except he do the law. And the others answered, we all do the laws of Moses, our lawgiver, even as they are written in the Holy Scriptures. And Yahshua answered, seek not the law in your scriptures, for the law of life. Seek not the law in your scriptures, for the law is life. Y'all hear that? The law of the Creator is life. And everything that is living, his law or his instruction, his code or his Torah is encoded in everything that has life. Seek not the law in your scriptures, for the law is life, whereas the scripture is dead. Oh man, they ready to hang me for that one. Huh? But that's Peter, that's Yahshua 2,000 years ago telling you the written Torah that you have today is dead. It's dead. That ain't what he came to teach. That ain't what he came to teach. You see that? Seek not the law in your scriptures, for the law is life, whereas the scriptures is dead. I tell you truly, Moses received not his laws from the Creator in writing, but through the living word. But through the living word. Look at this. The law is living word of the living Creator to living prophets for living men. Y'all hear that? In everything that is life is the Torah written. You find it in the grass, in the tree, in the river, in the mountain, in the birds of heaven, in the fishes of the sea. But seek it chiefly in yourselves. Huh? Y'all hear this? He said, y'all so busy flipping through books and trying to precept 1,000 scriptures. Them scriptures dead, Jack. That's what he said. You want to know about the law of the Most High? Study nature, study his creation, but mainly search for it within yourself. You see that? It's our responsibility and accountability over here. You see that? You wasn't born with no Bible strapped to your back. You wasn't born with no book strapped to your back. Common sense is the voice of the Most High. Your first voice you shouldn't listen to, right? For I tell you truly, all things are nearer to the Creator than the scripture which is without life. Look at that. Hey, Yahshua say your written Torah is dead. It's dead. The living law was given to a living people, to living prophets from a living power in a right now, real time. What you doing searching backward for wisdom? Search it in yourselves, man. You see that? Now watch this. God so made life and all things that they might, by the everlasting word, teach the laws of the true God, or the true creator, the man. The creator wrote not the laws in the pages of books. Do y'all hear this? Precept, licking your finger, flipping off. Nah. See, you don't get it. Right? His Torah is supposed to be in you and in everything that has life. But in your heart and in your spirit, God wrote, or the Creator wrote, not the laws and pages of books, but in your heart and in your spirit. They are in your breath, your blood. Look at this. This is why your blood need to be clean and pure. Because the instruction, the code, the voice of the Creator is in your breath, your blood, your bone, in your flesh, your bowels, your eyes, your ears, and in every little part of your body. They are present in the air, in the water, in the earth, in the plants, in the sunbeams, in the depths, in the heights. They all speak to you that you may understand the tongue and the will of the living Creator. But you shut your eyes that you may not see, and you shut your ears that you may not hear. I tell you truly that the scripture is the work of man. Huh? Our problem is we done turned the Bible into an idol, or any book into an idol. No book is your creator. Yeah, the scripture is the work of men, huh? Jeremiah 8:8. Huh? Yeah, somebody gonna get mad. They want to hang y'all brother off the Gateway Arch here in St. Louis for bringing this stuff out. I'm like, bruh, I'm just presenting the information. Huh? Wow. Okay, right here. Right here. I tell you truly that the scripture is the work of man, but life and all its hosts are the work of our Creator. Wherefore, do you not listen to the words of the Creator? Wherefore, do you not listen to the words of Creator, which are written in his works? You want to know the words of the Most High? They are written within you and without in all his creation. You ain't going to listen to his voice? You're going to listen to something that's dead? That's the work of men? Wait. And wherefore do you study the dead scriptures, which are the work of the hands of men? Oh, me. Oh, we. Somebody mad about that one. He called them scriptures dead. Huh? And then he asked, why are you studying the dead scriptures, which are the work of the hands of men? Malachi Maccabee ain't said. This in the Essene Nazarene literature way before I was even thought of and born. Ain't my fault. I'm just presenting it. Huh? Now watch this, y'all. Watch this. Somebody finna be mad. They want to hang your brother from the Gateway Arch. I'm gonna tell them to get on back, though. Oh, wait. All right, now watch this. They ask, how may we read the laws of the Creator elsewhere than in the scriptures? Excellent question. Huh? How may we read the laws of the Creator elsewhere than in the scriptures? Where are they written? Read them to us from there where you see them. For we know nothing else but the scriptures, which we have inherited from our forefathers. Tell us the laws of which you speak, that hearing them we may be healed and justified. Yahshua said, you do not understand the words of life, because you are in death. Darkness darkens your eyes, and your ears are stopped with deafness. For I tell you, it profits you not at all that you pore over dead scriptures, if by your deeds you deny him who has given you the scriptures. Good night. Okay. So you wasting your time. That's about the 5th time he called him dead. I mean, what we doing here? Now look at this. I tell you truly, the Creator and his laws are not in that which you do. They are not in gluttony and in wine bibbing, neither in riotous living, nor in lustfulness, nor in seeking after riches, nor yet in hatred of your enemies. For all these things are far from true God and from his angels. But all these things come from the kingdom of darkness and the Lord of all evils. And all these things do you carry in yourselves. And so the word and the power of the Creator enter not into you, because all manner of evil and all manner of abominations have their dwelling in your body and your spirit. If you will that the living God's word and his power may enter you, defile not your body and your spirit. For the body is the temple of the spirit, and the spirit is the temple of the Creator. Purify therefore the temple, that the Most High of the temple may dwell therein, occupy a place that is worthy of him. Look at this. This is all about purity, y'all. Purify the flesh. Almost done. Almost done. And from all temptations of your body and your spirit coming from Satan, withdraw beneath the shadow of the Most High's heavens. All right. Then it goes into fasting. All right. Now watch this. I'm going to read the fasting part, then we're going to jump down a little bit. All right. Look at this. Renew yourselves and fast, for I tell you truly that Satan and his plagues may only be cast out by fasting and prayer. Go by yourself and fast alone, and show your fasting to no man. The living God shall see it, and great shall be your reward. And fast till Beelzebub and his evils depart from you, and all the angels of our earthly mother come and serve you. For I tell you truly, except you fast, you shall never be freed from the power of Satan and from all diseases that come from Satan. Fast and pray fervently, seeking the power of the living God for your healing. While you fast, eschew the sons of men and seek our earthly mother's angels, for he that seeks shall find. So he's basically telling you, fast and get on out there in nature. Plant them bare feet in that grass. Let that sun radiate upon thee. Let that moon get down on you. Get on outside. All right? All right? Get on outside. All right, so we're going to drop that. All right, then he goes into a methodology on how to heal, dealing with nature. All right, so we're going to drop that. What page is this I'm on? Okay, let's go on over. Let's go on over. I got y'all. Almost done. All right, page is this. This is 16. Go back one. 14. Right here. Here it is. My bad, y'all. Now look at this sickness right here. Right? Look at this sickness. And there was among the sick one that was more tormented by Satan than all the others, and his body was as parched as skeleton, and his skin yellow as a fallen leaf. He was so weak already that he could not even upon his hands crawl to Yahshua, and cried only to him from afar, Master, have pity on me, for never has man suffered, not from the beginning of the world as I do suffer. I know that you are indeed sent by the Creator, and I know that if you will, you can straightway cast out Satan from my body. Do not the angels of the Creator obey the Creator's messenger? Come, Master, and cast out Satan from me now, for he rages angrily within me, and grievous is his torment. Now watch this, y'all. Now watch this. So whatever is going on inside of him, notice this man is saying, I'm in torment. All right? Meaning his body, there's acidosis in his body. He's acidic. He's in torment. His cells are on fire. See what a lot of our people don't understand. Majority of your diseases are food-borne. The position he is in is because of what he ate. And look at him. He's skinny. His skin is yellow. His skin about to melt off his skeleton and all that. Now watch this. And he admits he's in torment. Now watch this. And Yahshua answered him, Satan torments you this greatly because you have already fasted many days, and you did not pay him his tribute. Yeah. Healing y'all sometimes it get worse before it get better. Absolutely. It did. But you ain't gave him his tribute. You ain't give. So what was happening is you're bringing your belly under discipline. You dig? And you ain't giving the adversary his tribute. Of course he gonna be mad. All right. You do not feed him with all the abominations with which you hitherto defile the temple of your spirit. See? So as you fast and you're starving these unclean spirits out. But watch, physically speaking, what a demon is. Right? I'm not talking about the spirit. Physically speaking, what is a demon that's bringing torment to this man's body? And y'all remember Essene literature 2,000 years ago. We already read about eating the flesh and how it poisons your blood and blackens your blood. We already read that. That has to do with the alkalinity or the acidosis of your blood. And they just now discovering how to measure that. 2,000 years ago, high science these brothers was dealing with. You see that? Now watch this. Fasting too. Now watch this. You torment, you do not feed him with all the abominations with which you hitherto defile the temple of your spirit. You torment Satan with hunger. And so in his anger, he torments you also. Fear not, for I tell you, Satan will be destroyed before your body is destroyed. For while you fast and pray, the angels of the Creator protect your body, that Satan's power may not destroy you, and the anger of Satan is impotent, weak against the angels of the Creator. Then they all came to Yahshua with loud cries, besought him, saying, Master, have compassion on him, for he suffers more than we all. And if you do not at once cast Satan out of him, we fear he will not live until tomorrow. So this got to go down now. All right. But what's the physical manifestation of this unclean spirit that's causing this torment that got this brother body, got his cells on fire? What is the physical representative of this unclean spirit? Watch this. Then they all came to Yahshua with a loud cry. Okay, we read that. And Yahshua answered them, Great is your faith. Be it according to your faith or belief. And you shall see soon face to face the frightful countenance of Satan and the power of the Son. Hold on. And the power of the Son of Man. He say, look, y'all about to witness how weak Satan really is. Right? And the reason I like the Essene literature because it gives you methodology on how to heal, on how to cleanse thyself. You dig? Because that's what you need to know. You don't want to be dependent on somebody for the rest of your life. You need to be your own physician. You need to know what's going on with yourself. Right? And then provide the proper, botanicals in the Most High's creation, purge that. You dig? But we supposed to be purifying and purging daily, though. It's a daily thing. For I will cast out from the powerful Satan by strength of the innocent Lamb of God, the weakest creature of the Lord. For the Holy Spirit of God makes more powerful the weakest than the strongest. And y'all, now trip off this. This is what he did. This is how he cast the demon up out of this brother who was suffering. And Yahshua milked a female lamb or sheep, which was feeding among the grass. And he put the milk upon the sand made hot by the sun. So he gets milk, right? And then he let the sun heat the milk up. And he get it from a ewe lamb, right? Then he says what? And the sun, okay, milk upon the sand made hot by the sun, saying, Lo, the power of the angel of water has entered this milk. And now the power of the angel of sunrise will enter also. And the milk became hot by the strength of the sun. And now the angels of water and of sun will join the angel of earth. And lo, the vapor of the hot milk began to rise slowly into the earth. Come and breathe in by your mouth the strength of the angels of water, of sunshine, and of earth, that it may come into your body and cast out the Satan from you. So Messiah basically got milk from a ewe lamb, milked it, let the sun heat it up, let the elements, produce vapor. And he told dude, come over here and inhale the vapor. Wow. And this will cast Satan out of you, right? Now watch this. Watch this. And the sick man whom Satan tormented did breathe within himself deeply the rising whitish vapor. Straightway will Satan leave your body, since for 3 days he starves and finds no food within you. See, fasting is a method. Fast for 3 days. Starving. He will come out of you to satisfy his hunger by the hot steaming milk. For this food finds favor in his sight. He will smell its smell and will not be able to resist the hunger which is tormenting him 3 days already. But the Son of Man will destroy his body, that he may torment none else again. Then the sick man's body was seized with an ague, and he retched as though he would vomit, but he could not. And he gasped for air, for his breath was spent, and he fainted on the lap of Yahshua. Now does Satan leave his body? See him. And Yahshua pointed to the sick man's open mouth. The sick man's open mouth. And then they all saw with astonishment and terror that Satan was coming out from his mouth in the shape of an abominable worm. There it is. Yes, the parasites are demons. The parasites in your body, the worms in your body that causes inflammation, that causes blackening of the blood and the blood clots. There your demons and Satan is right there. Came straight out in the form of a parasite, an abominable worm. Y'all see how this is all about health? You see the dangers of flesh consumption? You see how we ain't supposed to be chewing on dead animals anyway, even according to the flesh laws in Leviticus. Look at this. The Satan that he was talking about the whole time that's in you, parasites. Good night. There it is. There it is. And they all saw with astonishment and terror that Satan was coming out from his mouth in the shape of an abominable worm, straight towards the steaming milk. Then Yahshua took 2 sharp stones in his hands and crushed the head of Satan and drew out from the sick man all the body of the monster, which was almost as long as the man. Y'all see how long these worms be? Y'all see this? That sucker was longer than his body, coiled up in his intestines and his bowels, causing all type of problems, health problems for this brother. This parasite, this abominable worm, y'all, was longer than the body of the man that it was laying in, The parasite is longer than the host. Wow. Wow. See that? See why you got to stop chewing on animals? It's time to clean out, man. You got to clean your blood. You got to, you got to do full body detox. You got to hydrate your cells. It's all type of stuff you need to be doing. But you got to stop chewing on them animals. And also that dairy too, y'all. That dairy is very highly problematic. Highly. All right. Now look at this. When the abominable worm came out of the sick man's throat, he recovered at once. Look at that. His breath. He recovered at once his breath. And then all his pain ceased. And the others looked with terror at the abominable body of Satan. Now look at this. Look what he said. This is major. See what an abominable beast you carried and nourished in your body for long years. You see that? I have cast it out of you and killed it, that it may never again torment you. Give thanks to the Creator that his angels have made you free, and sin no more, lest Satan return to you again. Let your body henceforth be a temple, dedicated to your Creator. So the repentance of it is to stop chewing on them dead animals and stop chewing on anything that causes fluke worms and parasites and any type of worm. You dig? That abominable beast we carry around in our bodies for long years and don't know nothing about it. Y'all see that? That demon was actually them parasites. So you can call the parasites the demons. Yes, you can. All right? Yes, you can. All right. Okay, bang. Okay, man. Right here. We're going to jump down. Right here. It says, do the highlighted part. Almost done. But they answered him, whither should we go, master? For with you are the words of eternal life. Tell us, what are the sins which we must shun, that we may never more see disease? Excellent question. Yahshua answered, be it so according to your faith. And he sat down among them, saying, it was said to them of old time, honor thy heavenly father and thy earthly mother, and do their commandments, that thy days may be long upon the earth. And next afterward was given this commandment, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill, for life is given to all by the Creator. And that which the Creator has given, let not man take away. For I tell you truly, one mother, hold on. From one mother receives all that lives upon the earth. The mother, again, in this case, y'all, is the earth. All right? It's not a deity. Therefore, he who kills his brother. And from him will the earthly mother turn away, and will pluck from him her quickening breasts, and he will be shunned by her angels. And Satan will have his dwelling in his body. And the flesh of slain beast in his body will become his own tomb. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. All right, we're going to do the highlighted part. So it says, for I tell you truly, he who kills himself and whoso eats the flesh of slain beasts eats of the body of death. Huh? And the flesh of slain beast in his body will become his own tomb. You understand? You digging your own grave, chewing no animals. You killed it to eat it, and in turn, it kills you. Straight up. For I tell you truly, he who kills himself. And whoso eats the flesh of slain beasts eats of the body of death. You see that? So yes, the USA, the American standard diet, the American satanic diet, is very satanic. It's death. Death culture. For in his blood, every drop of their blood turns to poison. Look at this. How is it known 2,000 years ago that flesh eating poisons your blood, coagulates your blood, clots your blood? How do they know that? Look at that. For in his blood, every drop of their blood turns to poison. In his breath, their breath to stank. Yeah. Huh? Flesh breath. In his flesh, their flesh to boils. In his bones, their bones to chalk. Yeah. Eating flesh inflames your bones too. So now we're dealing with arthritis, right? In his bowels, their bowels to decay. Ooze and streams of decay. Huh? That boy got the runs. In his eyes, their eyes to scales. In their ears to waxy issue. Waxy issue, huh? And their death will become his death. For only in the service of your heavenly Father are your debts of 7 years forgiven in 7 days. But Satan forgives you nothing. And you must pay him for all. Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, life for life, death for death. For the wages of sin is death. He's telling you that law, eye for an eye, that ain't from the Creator either. That ain't from the Creator either. Eye for an eye, tooth for nah, that ain't right. Yeah, for the wages of sin is death. So yeah, chewing on dead animals is not of the Creator, period. Kill not, neither eat of the flesh of your innocent prey, lest you become the slaves of Satan. For that is the path of sufferings, and it leads unto death. Y'all heard that? Kill not, neither eat the flesh of your innocent prey, lest you become the slaves of Satan. For that is the path of sufferings, and it leads unto death. But do the will of the Creator, that his angels may serve you on the way of life. Obey therefore the words of the Creator. Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the earth, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is breath of life. I give every green herb for meat. So even the animals supposed to be eating the herbs. All right. Then he goes in and they ask him about, having to kill an animal if you are, if you are under attack, or if your family member or your loved one is being attacked by an animal. He let it be known you can lay it down, but don't do it in hatred. All right. Hurry up and put him out of his misery. But protect your loved one. All right. But don't do it in anger. All right. I'm at the bottom. Now watch this. Watch this. Somebody finna get mad again. Then another said, Moses, the greatest in Israel, suffered our forefathers to eat the flesh of clean beasts and forbade only the flesh of unclean beasts. Why therefore do you forbid us the flesh of all beasts? Which law comes from the Creator? That of Moses or your law? Oh, wait! Look at that. They like, Moses said we can eat clean flesh. So, which one is from the Creator? What you teaching or Moses? Look at this. And Yahshua answered, the Creator gave by Moses 10 commandments to your forefathers. These commandments are hard, said your forefathers, and they could not keep them. When Moses saw this, he had compassion on his people and would not that they perish. And then he gave them 10 times 10 commandments. 10 times 10 is 100, ain't it? Ain't it? So commandments started getting added. These are not the Creator's laws, though. Wow. Look at that. For he whose feet are strong as the mountain of Zion needs no crutches, but he whose limbs do shake gets further having crutches than without them. And Moses said to the Creator, my heart is filled with sorrow, for my people will be lost. For they are without knowledge, and are not able to understand thy commandments. They are as little children who cannot yet understand their father's words. Suffer that I give them other laws, that they may not perish. Look at this. Moses adding laws, according to this text right here. If they may not be with thee, O Most High, let them not be against thee, that they may sustain themselves. And when the time has come, and they are ripe for thy words, revealed to them your laws. For that did Moses break the 2 tablets of stone whereon were written the 10 commandments. And he gave them 10 times 10 in their stead. And of these 10 times 10, the scribes and Pharisees, the scribes and Pharisees have made 100 times 10 commandments, thousands of commandments, and so-called oral traditions. And they have laid unbearable burdens on your shoulders they themselves do not carry. For the more near are the commandments to the Creator, the less do we need. Y'all hear that? The closer you are to the Creator, the less laws you need to regulate your coming and going. The closer you are to the Creator, the less laws you need. The further you are from the Creator, now you need your 613 Torah portions, because you far from the Creator. You far from the Most High. You understand? The Creator is not the 613 Torah portions. The Creator ain't got you out here confused, not knowing what's going on, making it hard. It's real simple. All right? And they have laid unbearable burdens on your shoulders that they themselves do not carry. For the more near are the commandments to the Creator, the less do we need. And the further they are from the Creator, then the more do we need. Wherefore are the laws of the Pharisees and scribes innumerable, the laws of the Son of Man 7, of the angels 3, and of the Creator 1. Wait. Look at this. Therefore, I teach you only those laws which you can't understand. Makes sense, don't it? Makes sense, don't it? I teach you only those laws which you can't understand, that you may become men and follow the 7 laws of the sons of man. Then will the unknown angels of the Heavenly Father also reveal their laws to you, that the Creator's Spirit may descend upon you and lead you to his Torah. And all were astonished at his wisdom, and asked him, continue, Master, and teach us all the laws which we can receive. Yahshua, here we go. Here we go. And Yahshua continued, the Creator commanded your forefathers, thou shalt not kill. thou shalt not kill. But their heart was hard and they killed. Then Moses desired that at least they should not kill men, and he suffered them to kill beasts. And then the heart of your forefathers was hardened, and the heart of your forefathers was hardened yet more. And they killed men and beasts likewise. But I do say to you, kill neither men nor beasts, nor yet the food which goes into your mouth. Bag drop. There it is. There it is right there, y'all. He say, look, man, look, Moses allowed certain things because y'all had hardness of heart, and y'all was so far from the creator, y'all ain't know no better. Y'all needed training wheels out here. But now it's time to take the training wheels off and ride your bike, ride your motorcycle for real. You know what I mean? Well, Moses, so Messiah say, look, certain things are written in the written Torah that was allowed because of the hardness of your heart, but from the beginning it wasn't so. So he say, but I do say to you, kill neither men nor beasts, nor yet the food which goes into your mouth. So that sirloin steak, that ribeye steak, that's against the creator. You're not to kill your food. For if you eat living food, the same will quicken you. But if you kill your food, the dead food will kill you also. For life comes only from life. Facts. For life only comes from life. And from death comes always death. For everything which kills your foods kills your bodies also. Y'all hear this? Y'all hear this? Wow, that which kills your food kills your bodies also. And everything which kills your bodies kills your souls also. Yes, diet directly affects your spirit and your soul. Yes. And your bodies become what your foods are, even as your spirits likewise become what your thoughts are. Therefore, eat not anything which fire or frost or water has destroyed. Freezer burned, huh? He don't eat nothing that fire, frost, or water has destroyed. Flat out. For burned, frozen, and rotted foods will burn, freeze, and rot your body also. Dang. Sound like they was pushing more of a raw plant-based diet or living. They like, don't even put no fire on it. Be not like the foolish husbandman who sowed in his ground, cooked and frozen and rotten seeds, and the autumn came and his fields bore nothing. Right. Why would you put cooked seeds and frozen seeds in your soil and think you're gonna grow something? And great was his distress, and great was his distress. But be like that husbandman who sowed in his field living seed, and whose field bore living ears of wheat, paying 100-fold for the seeds. Wow, hold on. Which he planted. For I tell you truly, live only by the fire of life. Huh? Live only by the fire of life. See, you naturally you have a natural warmth within your body. You don't need to become with nothing hotter than that. You got a natural warmth within your body. All right? Master. Okay, right here. It says, which he planted. For I tell you truly, live only by the fire of life, and prepare not your foods with the fire of death, which kills your foods, your bodies and your souls also. Master, where is the fire of life? Asked some of them. He says, in you, in your blood, huh? And in your bodies. And the fire of death, asked others. So the fire of life, y'all, got to do with your body being in the state of alkalinity. Alkalinity. That's the fire of life, because you have a natural warmth to your body. You see that? So they asked him, well, where is the fire of life? Asked some of them. It's in your blood, in you, in your blood and in your bodies. And the fire of death, asked others, is the fire which blazes outside your body, which is hotter than your blood. See that? If it's hotter than your blood, y'all, we bring it on acidosis. Acidic. It is the fire which blazes outside your body, which is hotter than your blood. With that fire of death, you cook your foods in your homes and in your fields. I tell you truly, it is the same fire which destroys your foods and your bodies, even as the fire of malice, which ravages your thoughts, ravages your spirits. For your body is that which you eat, your spirit is that which you think. Eat nothing, therefore, which a stronger fire than the fire of life is killed. Wherefore prepare and eat all fruits of trees, and all grasses of the fields, and all milk of beasts good for eating. For all these are fed and ripened by the fire of life. All of the gift of the angels of our earthly mother. But eat nothing to which only the fire of death gives savor, for such is of Satan. And then it goes into how you cook your daily bread. And he let you know, man, let the sun warm that up. You understand? Let the sun warm that up. So it goes into more too. But I'm gonna go ahead and stop it right there. I think we touched on a few things. We can always come back and do our thing. So I think we're gonna stop right there. Let me go ahead and do that right there. And then let's if there's any questions or not.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Man. That was a mouthful right there, man. It's like that was the undisputed truth right there. It's like can't nobody say nothing about the Hebrew Israelites ate meat and that was commanded by the Creator. It's obviously clear that the Creator required an herbivorous diet, and you just proved it without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I mean? Great lesson. Y'all got questions? Go ahead and drop it in the chat. Like I said earlier, I had 3 questions for you.
Come on, man. Right on for having me on too, brother. Right on for having me on, man. Abundant blessings in the name of the Creator.
Man, that was an excellent lesson, man. I'm like, shoot, it really probably answered all my questions, really. So let me ask you this first question, because I hear Israelites say this: are we supposed to uphold the meat offering in captivity?
Are we supposed to uphold the meat offering in captivity?
Yeah. Like how they say, like since Israel is not in their homeland, they're not performing the but being that we in captivity, coming from their perspective, being that we in captivity, do those same rules apply? Because I know they done set up themselves with a priesthood and all that, so I'm assuming.
Right. Well, trip off this, man. When you trip off of it, when I read the Maccabees, we was under captivity then. We was under captivity to the Greeks. They came in and destroyed the temple, so we couldn't do no sacrifices. You see that? They destroyed the temple, the altar, and then they Hellenized. They Hellenized everybody. So the brothers who was under the captivity, who decided to stand up and speak against that and go against that, they didn't eat the flesh because the altar, the temple was under attack. The altar is profane. And they were priests. They had their cattle and everything. But they ate herbs continually so they wouldn't be defiled. So even if somebody would say, well, we in captivity, we can't do no sacrifices anyway. Well, that means, guess what? You ain't supposed to eat it. You ain't supposed to eat it because what's required for you to eat the flesh, you can't provide. And if you can't provide it, you can't just come up with your own makeshift law and say, okay, I'm being obedient. No, you doing your own thing. That's what you're doing. Right? So I would say 2 Maccabees 5, verse 25 through 26, what I just read out the Apocrypha, shows them being in bondage and them being that the temple was under attack. Guess what? They decided to not to eat the flesh. They ate herbs continually because if they ate flesh, they would have been defiled.
Powerful. All right, so captivity or no captivity rules apply.
Yes.
So it would make more sense to just be an herbivore, to just skip that whole thing right there.
There you go. It makes me look. It's a lot easier. You understand? It's a lot easier on your life if you just go ahead and say, you know what, I'm just going to stick with the fruits and the herbs and all that. Because obviously, I cannot provide the same situation that it takes for this so-called flesh to be eaten. Because, okay, you can eat this and you can eat that, but it wasn't slaughtered how the Torah say slaughter it. So guess what? It's considered offered to devils, an abomination, unclean, stand in jeopardy of being cut off. Might as well not eat it.
Big facts. All right, my second question is this. Powerful answer. Why is Paul preaching opposite of James, the brother of Yeshua?
Because Paul decided to do his own thing. You feel me? He tell you right in Galatians that that when he got his understanding of who he called Yahshua, he didn't go check in with man. Those are his exact words. Now hold on. The only men you can go check in with is the disciples who knew Yahshua.
Right.
So he go vanish and go to Arabia for 14 years, you dig, and then show up in Jerusalem. Like, yeah, this is what I'm teaching out here. And so Paul started doing his own thing. The Nazarene way is more disciplined. And it has to do with table fellowship, food restrictions. You dig? A lot of those brothers never cut their hair. They were lifelong Nazarites, so they never cut their hair. A lot of these brothers were in spiritual communion daily. You know what I mean? The Essene literature going to different angels of the morning and different angels of the night. Paul was against all of it: the lots, the herbs, and the spiritual communion. So what Paul brought to the table was his own version of who Yahshua is. And being that he had Roman citizenship, being that he was a Herodian too, that's in Romans the 16th chapter. You know what I mean?
So was Paul an Israelite?
Well, he's on record saying he's a Benjamite, but he's also on record saying that he's an Herodian. But look about this. That makes sense. What Israelite had Roman citizenship in first century Palestine? Rome wasn't handing out no citizenship to Jews or Israelites. So you mean tell me Paul is the only one that has citizenship? Yahshua didn't have Roman citizenship. Peter didn't have Roman citizenship. Andrew, Bartholomew, John the Baptist, none of these men had Roman citizenship.
So was Paul a Pharisee or Sadducee, or he just popped out of nowhere?
Well, he was a Pharisee. See, the history goes like this. The throne at the time was ran by a foreigner named Herod.
Right. Okay.
All right. Herod was not an Israelite. He was an Edomite.
Right.
But during the Maccabean time, Herod's father converted to what we call Judaism. You understand? So he wouldn't get put, his family wouldn't get put out of Israel. Everybody else had to leave. All right. Now, when the battle started happening, then Herod's father had to go to Rome, and Rome, of course, sided with Herod and them over the Israelite, who should have been in the authority. So that's by the time Yahshua was born, Herod was already on the throne. But we never ask ourselves what events led up to an Edomite sitting on the Israelite throne. What events led up to that? Now, Herod's family was given Roman citizenship. Good night. Hence, Paul called the Herodians his family. And he got Roman citizenship. But the Herodians killed all the Nazarenes.
So that means Paul had to be an Edomite then. For the way it's looking, just putting the pieces of the puzzle together.
Right.
Because like you said, he was out there slewing cats before he made the conversion.
Exactly.
That's like slave master having a change of heart, and he going to the slave telling us, "Hey man, I ain't gonna let y'all niggas no more. Accept me."
Right. Accept me.
That's too suspect right there.
And look, and he started doing his own thing. That's the thing about it. It'd have been a little different. He was like, "Look, I know I was off. Everything y'all brothers saying, I'm gonna follow."
Got you.
You know what I mean? He ain't do that. He started doing his own thing, and then he started firing shots at the brothers. All in Galatians, he tell on himself, if they come teach a different Yahshua, they cursed. Whether Peter, James, and John showed up, whoever they be, it makes no sense to me. God don't respect nobody person. So he was dissing the brothers. He was dissing the leadership the whole time. You dig? And he broke off and started doing his thing. So then, you know, that's the first split right there. That's the difference between Nazarene followers of the Messiah and Hebrew Israelite Christianity that okay and ride with Paul and his letters. You know what I mean? Now, that don't mean everything written in them is wrong. There's some things that's spot on. But there are a lot of things you got to question.
Right.
Question it.
All right, third question, right?
Uh-huh.
Who commanded Israel to eat meat if they were told not to?
Well, the false gods. All right, the false gods. You dig? The Most High has never commanded Israel to eat meat. Yeah, you have it in the scriptures. You do. I'm not the one to act like, well, no, you didn't read that. No, you are reading that. You dig? But you have other scriptures that say that was not the Most High that commanded that. and being you have opposite scriptures that say something different, then guess what? We got to question what's on the other side of that. If Jeremiah is saying, if the Most High is saying through Jeremiah, I never commanded y'all to sacrifice nor eat the flesh in the day I brought y'all out of Egypt. And then we flip over to Exodus and we see kill the lamb, pick it the 10th day, roast it with his head and his pertinence. Then Jeremiah disagrees with Exodus, not me.
Right.
That's already there. Also, you got Isaiah. It says if you kill a lamb, it's just like you killed a man. See what I'm saying? So it would have to be the false scribes who are under the inspiration of the false gods. So put lying stuff in there. Go ahead.
Perfect. Excellent answer. So would you think that those false scribes fall under the time of Ezra?
Absolutely. Ezra and even before. Because it was things going on in Jeremiah time.
Right.
You know what I mean? Jeremiah's before Ezra. So you know what I mean? In Ezra time, and when you get by the time the Messiah, Yahshua was on the scene, trip off this. His main enemies are the scribes. Everywhere you turn, the scribes and the Pharisees come. The scribes and the Pharisees. Now, why would the scribes have a problem with the Messiah? Because obviously he's teaching opposite of what they wrote down. You know what I mean? He was teaching opposite. So the false scribes under the inspiration of the false gods and deities. You dig? Now trip off this. You brought up Ezra, right? Ezra in the Apocrypha, second Ezra, it says that the Torah was burnt at that time. So they got to refurbish a Torah. Trip off this. In captivity. So second Ezra 14:21, Ezra say that the Torah is burnt. So then he say, if you send your Holy Spirit, I'm going to write everything that was done before, and that way your people can find light, right? Long story short, Spirit communion happened. Spirit fell on Ezra. He speaks, the scribes write, right? But trip off this. They wrote down 204 books of the Torah. 204 books in that account. Then he told Ezra, hide 70 of them and publish openly the rest. So that's 134 books of Torah that the public is supposed to have. Torah only got 5 books, Jack. So you really ain't even got what Ezra did according to 2nd Ezra 14.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Because you would have 134 books of the Torah.
Powerful. You got a question on the screen. Sister asked the question.
Yeah, who was Abel sacrificing meat to? That's an excellent question. Now trip off this. You got Genesis 4 in the scripture, right? Well, you got Abel, the one that the Most High is dealing with, versus Cain. Now trip off this. Abel sacrifices flesh, and the Most High is cool with it. But Cain the murderer, brings the Creator spoiled fruit from his ground, or inferior fruits of the ground. Right out the gate, you like, well, the Creator ain't bloodthirsty. Why would he accept Abel's? And you know what I mean? But that's a good question, because he's saying if what y'all saying is true, why? You understand? Why is it that Abel sacrificed flesh? Right? Now, watch this. Crazy part about this is the book of Adam and Eve. Some of y'all done read that before. The book of Adam and Eve, right? Been around a while. Been around since like the 5th century or something like that, right? Now, the book of Adam and Eve, the whole story of Abel sacrificing and Cain sacrificing is totally different than what you read in Genesis, the 4th chapter. In there, Abel is the one that sacrificed the crops that the Creator accepts. And Cain learned how to kill Abel by killing the lamb first. And then, you know what I mean, he went over there and killed his brother. You see? So what I'm saying is there are reports out there that are opposite than what we have in our Bible. That's the book of Adam and Eve, chapter 77 and chapter 78. Read about the sacrifice of Cain and Abel and how it's different than what you read in Genesis, the 4th chapter. You dig? So
let me ask you this real quick. Is the book of do they the Nazarene Gospels and the Essene Gospel, do they reference like any of the Adam and Eve?
Well, you trip off this. The Nazarene and the Essene Gospels question a lot of what's written down in the written Torah.
Gotcha.
For example, Peter questions, he denies the whole man failed because they ate fruit. You know what I mean? Or, you know, the whole talking serpent. They question that. They question where God say, let us go down and see. So everything is questioned in the written Torah that goes against the character of the Creator. So, you know, you'll see brothers reading all type of different lost books and all that. But I mean, if it don't resonate with you, then, you know, just don't deal with it. I just was showing that there is an opposite account of Cain and Abel sacrificing opposite of what's written in the Bible. You know what I mean? And to me, it makes more sense that Abel's offering would be accepted being bloodless.
Right.
You know what I mean? Over Cain. You did.
Facts. So you got another question from Sister Harriet?
Yep. Okay, I see that. So that as well means he could not have fed 5K with fish and bread. Yes, you got to ask yourself this about the fish in the desert, the fish and the biscuits, right? Was it sushi? Was it raw fish? Or was it cooked fish? Which one? You know what I mean? Most people say, oh, what, brother, it had to be cooked. So you saying that the miracle involved him producing 5,000 fried or cooked fish? Was they just walking around the desert with stinking fish in their pocket? Like, what was going on? You see what I'm saying? Like, certain things you got to question. Not only that, we read earlier that whatever meat you eating that can be ate, that got to be processed a certain way, or it's unlawful. You dig? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show two things for that question. I'm going to show where Yahshua recounts what he did, and he don't even bring the fish up, but he bring that bread up. Then I'm going to go into the Nazarene gospel and show, because the Nazarene gospel was older than Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm going to show what happened when he fed the multitude in the wilderness, if that's cool. All right. First, let me go Matthew 16. It's real quick. It ain't long at all. I'm going to go to Matthew 16 real quick and show you. And that's why a lot of people believe that the whole fish thing was something that was added much later. A lot of people believe that. A lot of scholars believe that. You dig? Now watch this. I'm gonna go to Matthew. I'm gonna show you. Now, why would he bring up this miracle and leave out the fish? He left it out like it never happened. All right. Now watch this. Let me share my screen.
All right.
It's real quick, bro. It's a real quick.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
Sure.
And share that. Wow. Excellent question, by the way, though. Excellent question. All right. So look, let me show you this real quick.
All right.
All right. So this is whenever you share it, let me know, bro. We good. All right. We up there. All right. So this is Matthew right here, y'all. This is Matthew 16, verse 6. All right. I'm gonna start at verse 5. It says, and when his disciples were come to the other side, they had forgotten to take bread. Then Yahshua said to them, take heed and beware the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. And they reasoned among themselves, saying, it is because we have taken no bread. Which when Yahshua perceived, he said unto them, O ye of little faith, why reason ye among yourselves, because you have brought no bread? Do you not yet understand, neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000? And how many baskets you took up? This thing is about bread. Huh? He goes back over the 5,000 that were fed in the wilderness. And he don't even bring the fish up. Do you not yet understand, neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000? The 5,000 is the multitude that he fed. And how many baskets you took up? Meaning, you remember all the leftovers that was left? They thinking he mad at them because they didn't bring no bread. He said, watch out for the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He talking about doctrine. They say, because we ain't bring no bread. He like, why you murmuring that amongst yourselves? You don't remember all that bread I fed them 5,000 people. Notice this, though. He don't bring the fish up. Fish don't even get brought up. Watch this. Neither the 7 loaves of the 4,000 or how many baskets you took up. Fish don't get brought up again because he fed the multitude twice. How is it that you do not understand that I spake it not to you concerning bread, that you beware the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees? Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of bread, but of the doctrine of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. You see that? So I want to show that real quick to show that when he recounted the miracle he did, he don't even bring the fish up. Fish don't even get brought up. And then when you examine the story from a more critical thinking perspective, you like, hold on, was they just walking in the hot ass desert with stinking fish in their pocket? Like, how did that happen?
But another thing, does it even say he ate the fish? Because didn't he just distribute the fish?
No, he didn't even eat it in there. It did. You ain't got nowhere in the Bible do you have Yahshua eating any flesh while he's alive. The Bible narrative takes a turn and say he ate fish. You know what I mean? That he ate fish after he had resurrected, but that's that's problematic. Angel food is manna. So that don't even make sense.
Excellent, excellent. Now I just threw a question in the chat. You know what I mean? What you think about that?
Who was the goat god that Israel sacrificed to? Based on my understanding, man, I'm believing it may be what's his name? Baphomet, the he sheep, the Baphomet god with the breast and the, you know what I mean? The Baphomet.
Cal P got a question. Great.
Cal P, what it say? If that is the same gospels are from the true Israelites who praise no Lord or no God, why is the Lord and God featured in your book and not the Creator? Excellent question, Cal P. What I profess is the character of the Creator can be found in the book if you know how to properly navigate. You know what I mean? There are false gods, yes. There are false scribes and all that. But when you see the battle between, say, Yahshua and the scribes, that's a throwdown between the Creator and, you understand, the false gods. He tell you right in there, you are of your father, the devil. He say, look, you do what you heard from your father, and I do what I heard from my father. So he's putting it on the record that his God or Creator is not the same as the God that's inspiring the nation of Israel. You dig? So then he goes into like, look, no bloodshed. You understand? No murder. What is you doing saying that the Most High lies and kills? And he makes a distinction between the Creator, you understand, and the false gods. So my understanding of it is, if you know what you're doing with the Bible, you can still pull out attributes of the Creator because those belong to him. Those don't belong to the false gods.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
You know, you did an excellent job in distinguishing that, because I noticed when you was reading where it said God, you referenced the Creator. Yeah. And I would agree that's right and exact, because, you know, the Creator is one universal law. So if it's coming from true God, whether if it's coming from the Lord God or the Lords or the guardian angels or the prophets and messiahs, it's one message. So being that message was right and exact, dealing with purity of diet, that would be a message from the Creator, although it's saying God. Right. Because even in the WASP, it says that if a person calls on God, meaning the omnipotent Creator, it's not blasphemous. It's only blasphemous if you identify the God with the idol and image. Right. So by giving that reference to the dietary law to that degree, we could definitely say that's coming from the Creator indeed. Absolutely. Anything about the dietary law, anything about no bloodshed, like why does something innocent gotta die? Because, you know what I mean, you went off or you went against the Creator. No bloodshed, peace, communal living. You dig? All that. You dig? So, praise. What we got? Mercy always. I'm thinking the twist happened at the very start and it's shown with Abel's sacrifice. Absolutely. Absolutely. See, look, a lot of our people got to realize what we're reading as the Torah or the Tanakh, y'all, what you reading is at the best is a byproduct of what Ezra brought out of Babylon. At the best, but that ain't even that, because it went right into the Septuagint after that. And, you know, it's all type of, then it was burned under the Greek captivity too and had to be rewritten. You see what I'm saying? So at the best you got, you know, maybe some of the stuff Ezra wrote or something like that, but you got to question certain things, man. Whatever go against the character of the Creator, you got to question it. All right. So let me ask you this: what are some of the false gods that the Israelites was worshiping? Baal is definitely one. Baal, Molech, Shion, Ashtaroth. When you get into the histories, El.
L, I'm about to bring some stuff out of this one. This is a good one too.
Ooh-wee.
Yahweh and the gods and
Ooh-wee.
goddesses of Canaan. Y'all see that suck on that front, don't you, bud?
And if you notice, he has the same exact pose as
Norma.
Norma, exactly.
Yeah,
You know I'm going with it.
I
You
say,
know I'm
dang.
going with it. Yeah.
When I looked at it, I say, dang, that's crazy. You did, but that's a Canaanite deed. That's ball right there.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm like, dang. So Israel is a lot of amalgamation. The proof of that is Amos, the 5th chapter, verse 25 and 26. It tell you wasn't sacrificed to the Most High the whole time you was in the wilderness. That went to Molech. You know what I mean? And then Hosea, the 2nd chapter, the creator talks about there's a day coming where he gonna destroy the names of Baal out of the mouth of the Israelites. You dig? So that means the Israelites are still dealing with Baal in worship. Maybe not name, but in worship.
Now I got a great question because I asked this question on Facebook yesterday. Now I got you. Okay. I'm gonna raise the question to you. Now, you hear the Israelites always talking about that Esau and Edom is the devil and all that, right?
Yeah.
They Satan or whatever. Now, my question is this. I asked this question on Facebook. I said, we showed verses, especially you just came out with it. When you showed Leviticus chapter 17, you did verse 6 and 7. And then you just read Amos chapter 5, verse 26, 25 and 26. Now, these verses are talking about Israelites worshiping demons,
yes,
goat gods.
Yep.
It's talking about burning the fat of animals for a sweet savior to the Lord.
Yeah.
My question is this. The Bible is showing Israel doing all this abomination, which is satanic and devilish. Where in the Bible is Esau or Edom doing these same sacrifices where we could say, look, here go Edom doing these sacrifices that is connected to Satanism because it's dealing with the devil. Where do we see that? Because we see Israel doing it, but where do we see Edom doing it since Edom is the devil that the Bible speaks of?
Hey, you know what? That's an excellent question. I only think the closest anybody can get to that is if you go into any other histories of the Bible and you see like some of Esau's sons got to conquering different lands and all that, but to show Edom in the Bible doing the wickedness, say like what Solomon did, and you know what I mean? You don't even see that. You don't even see that. You do see in the Bible though where where it said I hate Esau and all that, but to see them actually officiating at a satanic altar, you dig? Nah, I ain't never seen that ever.
Just had a question. Hey, go another brother had a question. Threw something up there.
Whole Gospel of John reveals the one true. That may be a statement. I don't know if that's a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sound like a statement. Let me see what we got.
Cal P say, can the sins of Israel be forgiven without meat sacrifices? Not only but heaven, brother. Let me show you two witnesses real quick. Let me show you real quick.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
It's always been that. It's always been that. When it says without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins, that's not right and exact. That's not right and exact. Let me show y'all this real quick. It's a quick read. I'm going to go back into Leviticus again. Watch this. We're going to Leviticus. I'm going to do one in Leviticus and one in Exodus. Right? Meat sacrifices. No, you do not. Nothing needs to die for you to get back in good standing with the Creator. You understand? You have to change your ways and, turn away from what you're doing. First, I'm going to go to Leviticus 5. I'm going to read 11 through 13. Let me show y'all that real quick. All right? And let's work. That's an excellent question, Cal P. Excellent. Now watch this. This is one example of atonement or forgiveness going on without the shedding of blood. All right. Now watch this. But if he be not able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, then he that sins shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He say, look, if you can't afford to bring no bloody sacrifice, then bring some flour. And he shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar. Flour, burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto the Most High. It is a sin offering. And the priest, look at this, verse 13, Cal P. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as touching his sin that he hath sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him. And the remnant shall be the priest as a meat or a grain offering. Meat right there means grains. Remember, we're dealing with flour. We're not dealing with flesh. You dig? So that's one example right there of where atonement or forgiveness can happen without bloodshed, and that's right in your Torah. That's right in there. So for those that hold that something got to die for you to be forgiven, that's false. It's not correct. You know what I mean? Even in the Torah, it's not correct. All right, let me show you another one in the Torah. Exodus 30. Watch this in Exodus 30. I got you, Cosmon Cal. Excellent question, my brother. Watch this. Exodus 30. I'm going to start at verse 11. Something short. Now watch this. We got flour being burned on the altar, and that atones. Now watch this. 30 and 11. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, when thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Most High. When thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them when thou numberest them. This they shall give everyone that passeth among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs, and half shekel shall be the offering of the Most High. Everyone that passeth among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto the Most High. 20 and upward, right? And this is money. Look at this. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel when they give an offering unto the Most High to make an atonement for your souls. We got flour and we got money for giving and making atonement. No bloodshed. Verse 16. And thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before the Most High, to make an atonement for your souls. I hope that helped out, Cosmo and Carol.
Nice. We're showing improving over here. So this is real interesting because it seems that the Messiah was dealing with purity of diet and the Creator, and he was supposed to restore the Mosaic laws, which shows and proves that Moses would have been the same way.
Yes. A lot of things that Moses, that's attributed to Moses, y'all, Moses ain't right there. You understand? Moses is a son of the Creator. And when you get into Moses, especially in the old YHWH's, boy. I read Moses' story. You know what? Powerful. Powerful. And about this. In there, he didn't kill no man. He didn't kill no man in there. The story of Yahshua in there is powerful too, man. Very, very powerful. And it showed that he was dispatched from the Essene community, and in the old YHWH, Yahshua is saying to eat the fruits and the veggies and all that. Not to eat the flesh and all that. So you start seeing this stuff coincide.
Exactly.
You dig?
Cal P got another one for you.
Come on, Cal P. All right. So could Yahudah really be the bad guys and eat them? And eat them was truly blameless. And eat who? I guess you're talking about the animals or something. So could Judah really be the bad guys and eat them was truly blameless, only being stigmatized by the tales of a false god? Hey, look, the one thing about the Bible, it does not hide its ugly parts. The sons of Jacob sold their brother Joseph into slavery. Yes. You dig? There are times in the history where these niggas was eating their own children. You know what I mean? So being the bad guy, you dig, is an understatement. You know what I mean? Like we got to be real with ourselves. Like we talk about who threw us into bondage, but don't bring up that where the brothers been throwing brothers in bondage. Man, that's what it is. Like they threw their own brother in bondage and then lied to their father. You see what I'm saying? So it don't get no worse than that. You know what I mean?
So what about Joseph? Do you think Joseph was a vegetarian or herbivore?
Absolutely. I believe all them brothers was, man. All those who came teaching the higher light and the ways of the Creator, I believe they all was. Because it only makes sense when you start looking at other or ancient texts and seeing how brothers got down and lived. It only makes sense. We just read earlier in the Essene Gospel of Peace about how eating flesh blackens your blood.
That's right.
Thickens your blood. You understand? We read where casting Satan out had to do with getting a fluke worm or a parasite out of you. You know what I mean?
That was larger than the man.
Yeah, it was longer than dude's body, man. You
now
know
let me give you a testimony to verify that's actual fact. Because
okay.
My homeboy, he had a pit, you know what I mean? And he knew I was dealing with the herb. So he asked me, he said, you think the tea will help with the dogs? I was like, yeah, they anatomy just like ours. So he gave some of the tea because the dog was swollen up, you know what I mean? So he gave him some of the tea, and the dog let out a 3-foot tapeworm.
Wow.
The length of the dog. And he said the dog got better after that. So to verify what you're saying as far as dude letting out a tapeworm, the length of himself, yeah, that shows you how long that tapeworm or that intestinal worm been feeding as a parasite to grow that big. Yeah,
and it knows, he said their body was in torment up. That means your whole entire body inflamed behind it. But that was in that case, that's Satan that he was talking about. In that case, that is the lake of fire he was talking about. And that's what he's talking about right there.
And it makes sense because if the body is the tomb and you eat food that's you put death into it, you decay in the tomb. You creating a living hell for the body. Literally. You got another question though.
So Paul was full of parasites controlling his mind. I would say so. I would say so because again, why would you be against the Nazarene leadership that Yahshua himself set up? You understand? I can come back on here again one day and show y'all the history behind them brothers, James and Justin, all that. Man, all the history tell you them brothers never ate flesh. Never. And I'm talking about history. And that's another thing. We got to learn to distinguish between literature and history. All right. Some things are literature. You understand? But the literature can have some historical points in it. You dig? But literature is literature. You know what I mean? History is history. So when you start searching history for the first century messianic movement and all that, you start seeing things a little different. Say, oh no, I see where it split. I see what went down. So by the time they decide to go ahead and agree on the New Testament, this is 300 years after Yahshua. And guess what? Don't it make sense that the Roman authorities would agree to have the majority of the New Testament written by a man who had Roman citizenship? Paul has over 70 to 80% of the New Testament. Wow. So somebody had to decide to allow that in there and leave out everything else I was going over today because all that's been around since then. You see what I'm saying? That means men voted to make Paul the majority of the New Testament. That was a vote. And everything else that didn't fit Rome's agenda was left out as pseudepigrapha, left out, you know what I mean, as heresy.
Now, do you think the Paul conspiracy has anything to do with the Piso-Roman family conspiracy?
Hey, you know, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said
the way you talking, I'm like, damn, that may be a connection there.
Yeah, because the Flavian family, that's first century as well.
Right.
You know what I mean? But they don't, but Rome don't start agreeing on the compiling of the New Testament to like after the 300s. So you dealing with, you know what I mean, what, 200-300 years before they start agreeing on what can be considered New Testament. It wasn't until the 6th century that Revelations was added to the New Testament.
See, people don't even know that. They think Revelations came in the 1st century with it.
No, Revelations was added. It was the Shepherd of Hermas at first. Revelation wasn't even in New Testament at first. You dig? The oldest existing New Testament on record is something called Codex Sinaiticus.
Right.
Codex Sinaiticus. Go look it up. It'll blow your mind. Revelation ain't even in the New Testament with that. You see what I'm saying?
See, this is the thing. They want to talk about adding and taking away. Now you got a whole New Testament that ain't got the book of Revelations. First, you got a New Testament. You know what I mean? Then you got a Revelation that was added.
Yeah.
So how are they going to be so strict about this adding and taking away when it's all through the goddamn book niggas adding and taking away?
All the scribes been doing it. They forgot the memo. They been doing this.
Right.
So in other words, Selah Shalom can't be guilty of adding to and taking away from the scripture. He not a scribe.
Right.
Malachi Maccabee can't be guilty of adding to and taking away from the scripture because we're not scribes. You see what I'm saying? We just present the information. It just so happened to be that the oldest existing New Testament is Codex Sinaiticus. You go look it up. Revelations wasn't even the last book in the Bible or the New Testament at that time. It was the Shepherd of Hermas. So the whole add to and take from, they've been doing that even with the Torah. The Torah, what was added to the Torah? Right after Deuteronomy, Joshua. That's added.
No, this is let me ask you this. So Yahshua was really showing peace, love, and unity, dietary law of purity. He wasn't really talking like he talking about let's go to war, let's draw the sword and go kill off these Romans. But you notice in Revelations, right? The second coming. Now, some people say this is the second coming of the Messiah, which is Jesus Christ or Yeshua. But in that chapter 19, with the second coming, he's coming to do battle.
Yeah, bloodshed up to the horse's bridle.
Right.
Blood up to the horse's bridle.
So that's an interesting thing. I'm like, okay, if he's against murder and killing while he was alive on earth, why would his laws or statute change coming back? Right.
Look, and that right there is a strong that's a strong point of contention. That's very, very strong. You dig? Especially if we understand that Revelations wasn't even part of the original New Testament. You see what I'm saying? Once we understand that, then you gotta comb through what you read and then really ask yourself, does that fit the character of the Creator? You understand? Now, when I like I say, I'm reading some of the WASP. Now, matter of fact, I'm in that book of Osir.
Cold-blooded.
Man, look, man. Boy, his pull-up game so hard, it's ridiculous.
Clip up, boy.
Man, this cat pulled up. Look, he ain't respecting it. He pulling right up to your throne.
Exactly.
Clip up, cuff up. Y'all know better. So, but what he said in there was so powerful is that he told the false god, he like, look, we come unarmed. We come with the power and the authority of the Creator.
You see
and
that?
Shut it all down.
Exactly.
So you got, once you start reading stuff like that, and then you start reading other accounts, it's just like you got to question that, because what need is there to shed blood? Shed blood, should I say? Really ain't no need. You know what I mean? You dig your own hell.
Right.
You know what I mean? You dig your own torment and your own hell. So you dig? Yeah, that's something to look at, though. All right.
So I'll let you get this last question from Cal P.
Okay. How about to take to the false gods? Oh, that's a good one, Cal P. So could Judah actually be the bad guys and Edom really be blameless, being stigmatized by the text of the false gods? Possible, but there's other stuff. Like for instance, I'm gonna give you an example. In the book of Esther, it's this cat named Haman. All right, he's an Agagite. It just so happened Agag was the king of Amalek, who just so happened to be the grandson of Esau. And Haman, hating ass Haman, was nowhere near blameless. This cat made it his business to destroy Israel off the map. You know what I mean? That's in the book of Esther. When you get a chance, look at the Esther, Mordecai, you know what I mean? Haman, the Persian king at the time. It did, but that was an Edomite next to the Persian king. And his whole mission was to wipe the children of Israel off the map. So could he be blameless? I don't know anything about that. All I can do is really deal with real time. You understand? Deal with what's in front of me, real time, and judge actions based off that. You dig? Because history is muffled, man. You dig? Some histories say this, some histories say another thing. You dig? You can look into certain histories, for example, about Baal. There's some histories that tell you El is the son of Baal. You know what I mean? There's some histories that tell you, no, they one and the same. El and Assur of Egypt is the same because of the headpiece. So it really comes down to the history, whose research or whose history you studying. And once you meditate and resonate with it, it just comes down to what makes the most sense to you. You know what I mean?
Actual facts. You know, if anybody got at least one more question, then we could close it out. My man Maccabee came through and showed and proved, did his thing. You know what I mean? Tore down the floor for like 2 hours straight, giving you actual facts. So this is going to be a great video to look back to and see the actual true lessons coming from the true faithists, the true Israelites, the true Nazarenes, the true Essenes, dealing with the Creator and purity of diet.
That's right.
Dealing with nature. You know, I'm dealing with the sun, moon, and stars, solar cycles, lunar cycles, being totally in tune with the Creator. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and man, that's why when we all me, you, Cosmo, and Cal, Yazoo, when we start rapping behind the scenes, you know how we chop it up. That's all the Most High, bro. Because you know what I mean, like that got to be the Most High Spirit moving brothers to look at the same information and then comparing stuff and be like, bro, we got so much in common. It's crazy.
Exactly. Let me ask you this question real quick.
Go ahead, King.
What is the purpose? Because, you know, some people will say this, I'm going to die anyway, so I'm going to eat what I want to eat.
Yeah.
They'll run that line. So what is the reason and purpose of really having an herbivorous diet or eating purity? What is the benefit of that if we're going to die anyway?
Well, because your actual diet directly affects your spiritual body. Directly affects what some people call the soul, spiritual body, and spiritual progression. We just were reading some of that in the Essene Nazarene literature. You understand? This stuff, like when your body becomes defiled, so does your soul.
That's right.
So does your conscience. You understand? So this is major. The diet is major. People are like, well, is it salvational? Yeah, it's salvational. You know what I mean? Meaning this. Why go through torment that you don't have to go through? You know what I mean? Why go through that? You ain't got. Why go through torment within your body and have worms pulled up out that sucker that's longer than your body? Why go through all that? You know what I'm saying? Why go through? Why have all these parasites, a colony of parasites in your gut and in your stomach? And you understand? Why go through all that when you can just get on it now and then do preventative? You should be cleansing every day. Be drinking on some bitters every day. You know what I mean? So,
is there any camps that teach like this, like how you teach, as far as with the purity of diet, the Nazarene, and because I hear a lot of rosters talk about like they Nazarene. I know they deal with kind of like the purity, the ISO diet and stuff like that, but like more like in the States.
It's a few. You know what? I don't know, but like me is some. I'm a whole different monster. So I mean, I ain't say like me, you know what I mean? But there are Nazarene brothers and Essene brothers out there that's actually been coming from this perspective longer than myself. It's just when I got it, it's just like, I guess based off the platform and some of us are influential. I started dropping bombs last year and they ain't recovered from it since. So there are brothers and sisters that's been on this walk longer than I have, and I'm talking about the transition from this hard body Israelite to I'm still an Israelite, no doubt. I ain't never denying that, but you know what I mean. We followers of the higher law, the higher way. We followers of the Creator. You know what I mean. So like us, I couldn't say that, but there are other Essene and Nazarene brothers and sisters out there. You understand? Salute to all them brothers and sisters, even if we got disagreements, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing but love, man. Much love.
No doubt. My man Malaki Maccabee came through and tore the party down.
Much love, King.
So check it, man. Go ahead and close out. And let the people know what you got going on this coming Friday.
Yeah.
And then
Well, this Friday, what we doing? Me, Selah, Shalom, Cosmo, and Cal, our brothers Yazoo, we working together as a unit to put together what's called the Battle of the Holy Books. You know what I mean? And the way we visioned it when we first started talking, the way we visioned it was for a good 7 practitioners of whatever holy book, you know what I mean, up on the stage, and a crowd of 200 to 300 people get a chance to ask a question one at a time. And each question goes to every practitioner, and we're going to see which book is spiritually superior. You dig? So that's what I already been working on. We've been working on. And in the meantime, bro's like, man, look, man, clear all this up, man. It's taking too long, man. We ready to swing sword. We ready to swing. I said, all right, bet. So we start doing we had the debate, our brother Selah Shalom with Ben Yachanan, Deuel, NehemiYAH. It was we had the interview with brother Selah, then we had the debate. You dig? So this Friday we got our brother Cal P, Cosmo and Cal. He'll be on Honor and Humility 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Him and our brother Benadab Ben Yah, and they gonna be chopping it up over the authorship of the Torah versus authorship of the OWASP. So that's what we got going on. And y'all, what we doing is we about to make everybody have these conversations. Period. You know what I mean? You call yourself out here teaching, and you know, YouTube scholar, Facebook scholar, Instagram scholar. Come on outside and teach that, man. Like bring the text to the table so the people can ask the questions. You dig? And let them and trip about this, and then you go into the book and get them the answer.
That's right.
We can leave ego out of it, and then that way the masses can see which text is spiritually superior. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we doing. But this Friday, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, Honor and Humility STL is the YouTube channel. Honor and Humility STL is the YouTube channel. Y'all go there, subscribe it. That channel been up since like 2012, so 10 years. We put a lot of work in there, and you'll see the growth. You'll see me back on the streets teaching. Back in the day, you'll see debates. I done had debates, Egyptologists, Yahweh ben Yahweh followers, classes. I'm taught plenty of classes, all the way up to the transition of purity of diet, differentiating between the creator and the false gods. It's a beautiful thing, man. I truly, my family is better off for it. I'm better off for it. You know, so all praise to the Most High, man.
Yo, man, I seen your body, your work, and I must say, man, I was amazed. Like, you know, since we was talking and you reached out to me, you know what I mean? And then one day I said, let me check out the YouTube page. And when I went on there, I was like, yo, this cat got a body of work, like a serious body of work, you know what I mean? And you know a lot of cats, because I seen a couple cats you was with, and I'm like, oh, that's dude from over there. Oh, that's dude from over there. Oh, he know all these dudes, you know what I'm saying? So it's interesting how you deeply connected with these cats as far as over the years and the transition you made to more of a higher frequency and vibration dealing with the creator. You know what I mean? It's dope, man. I commend you for that. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what, bro? And it take a certain caliber of individual, because you can't be afraid to lose. If you about truth, you got to stand on that truth, man. You can't be afraid to lose. You dig? So we at the time we had a very, very popping platform. You dig? But bro, I seen something I can't unsee.
Right.
I'm like, hey, look. I mean, okay, so look, bro, donations rolling in. You know, we had a building down here at the time, so the donations was taking care of the building. And I'm like, look, I don't give a hell what I gotta lose. You dig? If truth is truth, it's absolute, man. You gotta stand on it. So, brothers and sisters, you can't be afraid to lose anything. I don't care if it's a relationship. I don't care if it's money. I don't care if it's a job, whatever it may be. I don't care if it's camaraderie, fellowship. You did, because when I came outside and was like, hey, look, this Nazarene literature is a threat to the Bible or a threat to the Hebrew Israelite movement. And mind you, I'm a brew, but this right here is a threat. It's very revolutionary. Bruh, these men, I'm talking about, bruh, people was holding councils. Bruh, you know what I mean? 20 men on one panel. We condemn Malachi, man. I'm like,
get out of here. It was like that, King?
Yeah, so I said, all right, well, I'll call all y'all out then. You dig? Meats off of the idols. That's the first topic. Let's get it. You dig? Nobody took it. Nobody. You know what they did? They went home and started making videos, but nobody said, hey, Wolf, I'm with that.
So all those brothers eat meat.
Yeah. All the brothers eat flesh.
That's why they convicted. They don't want to deal with it because of conviction.
Shit, them worms in them, bro. We just seen today. Those are the things. You dig? Brothers was praying. Let me please kill this nigga. I say, dang.
Damn, yo.
So that lets you know those demons, them worms, and then the man, that flesh produce maggots, man. You dig? So, but man, I thank the Most High, man. I thank the Most High for showing us. We came outside, lost a little bit. Those that remain, still solid. You dig? So I salute all the brothers and sisters that remain. And then it's like the Most High is constantly growing and not allowing us to get stagnant. You dig? Because I bumped into you on YouTube back in 2015, huh? I seen you debate the elder Ben Melech. I seen it.
That's wild, yo.
Look, even then I was like, good night. He straight watched it. We watched the hell he did. Like, if you be real, if you watch it from a non-biased perspective, It was a slaughter. It wasn't even funny. You dig? So I've been, you know, and I've been watching videos of yours here and there, but it came back around. And then I go look at your playlist, bruh. I salute that.
That's what I'm saying. We both got a crazy body of work. That's why, and then the fruit shows, because it's like the fruit shows when you deliver your message. You can see the wisdom that comes and flows with it through the years you've been experiencing whatever you've been indulging in. You know what I mean? The doctrine you've been teaching. So I definitely can hear when you speak, and it's like, yeah, this brother on top of his game. And then being that you staying on the necks of these cats with the dietary law, because that's the first law, is purity of the body. Like, you can't even approach, the holy angels can't even approach you because of the impurity. You know what I mean? So if these cats is getting prayers from their God, then what God you really getting answers to?
Man,
you know what I mean?
Hey,
the angry and jealous God.
Yeah. You got to question all that, man.
The infant killer God.
The infant killer. That's another thing. Come on now. Like, look, and then when we ask everybody, you know, well, some of the people who in their right mind will be like, oh, hell no, I'm not killing no child. Exactly. But there's a lot of brothers that be like, hell yeah. You got to watch that. You know what I mean? Because that's the behavior of the God. Look, the Creator don't need you to go spill no blood for him.
Exactly.
Think about it. So there are things that, brothers and sisters, there are things that have to be questioned because there are multiple worships being propagated.
Exactly.
You need to know if you solid with the Creator or not. That's it. That's it.
See, Don Yehuda in the building. Peace, God. Peace to the God.
Peace to the God, Don Yehuda. Yeah, that was an excellent interview y'all did with our brother Selah. Shalom, man. Much love, man.
Yeah, we got to get him on here and drop some knowledge. You know what I mean? All the brothers drop some knowledge. But, man, Maccabee came over here and roasted it on the dietary law. You know what I mean? Gang, create a gang in the building.
Create a gang in the building. All that.
All that.
All that.
So, you know what I mean? You do your last sign out, then we gonna get up out of here. And, you know, we're going to chop it up in the messenger. You know how we do after, you know what I mean?
But all good, y'all. But like I say, man, look, all praises to the Most High, first and foremost, period, point blank in the story. Again, I'm on HonorandHumilitySTL. That's on YouTube. Facebook, Malaki Maccabee. Instagram, Malaki_Maccabee. You know, I love to build with the brothers and sisters. I'm not looking for any type of student, any type of follower, nothing. I love to build and study with the brothers and sisters, get each other's perspective on things, and whatever I can apply to affect righteous change in my life right now, that's what I do. Whatever I can't, I leave it where it's at, in the past, you dig? So love all y'all brothers indeed and in truth, all you sisters indeed and in truth, and y'all stay focused. Look, you heard nothing satanic tonight.
That's right.
You dig? Nothing satanic tonight. Nothing satanic coming from the Selah Shalom. He just challenging you. Look, deal with the Creator and purify your body. What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
Nothing satanic. But you know what is satanic? Go over there and kill you some babies.
Yeah.
That's wicked as hell. You know what I mean? You know what is satanic? Kill everybody. Old, young, infant, suckling, down to the cattle.
Until he destroy them. Who talks like that?
Good.
What type of God talk like that?
You know what I mean? So understand who you serve and who you dealing with, man. That's it. And dig and look. And since these vessels are the temple of the Creator, purify that. You understand? You feel a lot better. You'll thank the Most High. Look, you'll be in more fellowship and one accord with your brothers and sisters, and we can build. We can actually do things and go about establishing the Creator's kingdom on earth. All the colonies and all that, you know what I mean? Before we, you know, get up out of here. But since we heard, we might as well go ahead and handle our business, man. You dig? So that's all, man. Love, much love, peace, love, light, healing, and balance to all my faithless Nazarene and sing brothers and sisters. Bless up, clip up. To the next time, bro. You already know.
Clip up. That's my man, Malaki Maccabee, man. I appreciate you coming on.
No doubt.
You know, we definitely going to have a round two. We're going to come up with another topic. We're going to touch on it. And we're going to keep these motherfucking clips going. We're going to keep these clips going. We're going to keep this energy going because it's good energy. The last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's been a high vibrational frequency. You feel me?
Yeah. No doubt. Right on for having me on. And remember that, y'all, create a gang. All that.
Create a gang.
All that. All right, salute,
King.
All right, shalom.
Blessings. So there we have Malaki Maccabee family. He came through, dropped that knowledge on that dietary law, showing you that, you know what I mean, Israel was worshiping goat gods, burning fat, sweet saviors to the Lord. You know what I mean? That's when they strayed away from the Creator. And you could tell that the Messiah was sent from the Creator through the Nazarene literatures when you read it, because it fits right in exact with the dietary law. And you know, the YHWH, we already know the YHWH speaks of not eating flesh due to, you know what I mean, purity realms in the afterlife and the atmospheric realms of purity so your body could reside. So, you know, they on the right path. The Esan Nazarenes, the Nazarenes who practice that lifestyle, y'all on the right path, because in the YHWH it talks about how there's levels of impurity in the spiritual world and there's levels of purity in the spiritual world. So the physical dietary law is preparing us for these spiritual conditions that awaits us after death. The more impure is on near the earth, the more pure is higher up. So the more you start to purify your body while alive on earth, the better you'll have a spiritual place higher up in the atmosphere in comparison to be lower in the realm. So that's dealing with just the dietary law alone. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing the brother decided to touch on that. You know what I mean? And we're going to address more things to come. Sisters, I'm looking forward for coming getting y'all on here as well. I see y'all starting to go heavy body with the YHWH and the knowledge. You know what I mean? So with that, this your boy Selah Shalom. We chiming out and we out of here. It's a vibes, you dig? And that's how we moving. Bless up.